Chapter 3642. The Emperor of the Sky clan finally made his move. He did not want to wait any longer. Before the army could attack the divine court, he wanted to make his move first. His spear was like a dragon, directly piercing through the starry sky. Even the layers of space enchantments and matrices set up in the depths of the divine court could not stop this spear. It directly rushed towards a figure in the center of the divine court where Wu Tian was. This figure was sitting cross-legged in the Wu Tian, but it seemed to be in the depths of countless worlds, layer upon layer, and it was impossible to find his position. Emperor Mo, it's Emperor Mo. Many people could not help but exclaim when they saw the scene. It was the guardian of the divine court, Emperor Mo. Just as the spear was about to hit Emperor Mo, bursts of bloody light surged from his body, directly turning into a sky full of bloody rain that spread out. Then a simple and unadorned mirror flew up to meet the spear. Clang! With a deafening roar, the two Tao treasures collided. The shock waves caused the entire universe to tremble violently. The shock waves swept out, directly wiping out many of the Celestial Palace army and the army of the Celestial Clan. This was also the reason why the Emperor of the Sky Clan did not directly attack. If he wantonly attacked on this battlefield, not only would the other side suffer heavy losses, but also his own side would suffer heavy losses. At the level of the Emperor, he was almost like a nuclear weapon of deterrence. If he was not careful, he could injure both others and himself. Emperor Mo, I let you escape last time. Do you dare to fight this time? The Emperor frowned and said, he clearly felt that when his spear pierced through the void, it was blocked by an invisible power of law. It was Wu Tian. He had long heard that the most special person in the God Court was this martial Emperor Heaven. He did not care about the other defenses, but this martial Emperor Heaven was different. It was a world that the martial Emperor had opened up using his great magic power and the World Tree. What kind of existence was the World Tree? It could be said to be extremely rare. Even the Sky Clan, a race that had existed since the beginning of the world, had never seen the World Tree. The World Tree was a sapling left behind after the death of the tree god that Yi Shiwen had saved from the heavenly tribulation. However, the World Tree was the World Tree after all. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the World Tree had already grown into a towering tree. This World Tree, planted in the martial Emperor Heaven, had already entered its growth stage from its seedling stage. In the martial Emperor Heaven, it could execute various techniques that were more powerful than many sovereign emperors. This was the reason why the divine court had not been destroyed for so many years. If the World Tree completely entered the mature stage, its strength could directly rise to the heavenly venerable realm. Moreover, this was not even the peak. It could still reach an even higher level. However, that was only a legend. In fact, no one had ever seen a World Tree that had truly surpassed the Empyrean realm. This was because it was not just the martial epoch. The other epochs all had legends of the World Tree as well. However, the records of the World Tree were usually just glimpses of it when it was first created. But after that, they disappeared without a trace. Therefore, when he saw the World Tree, intense greed flashed in his eyes. With his cultivation, if he obtained the World Tree, it would not take long for him to break through. He would be an outstanding existence in the celestial race. Naturally, it was impossible for the celestial race to be truly peaceful. It was just that someone had used great means to unite them. Although they would not attack each other, it was inevitable that they would compete with each other. Behind each celestial race, sovereign emperor, was a large number of races and large sections. It could be said that there was no retreat. Whoever was stronger would be able to snatch more resources in the end. However, he wasn't willing to fight here. Otherwise, even if he succeeded, his subordinates would suffer heavy losses in the end. This was something he didn't want. As long as he eliminated Emperor Mo first, the remaining troops of the Divine Court would be nothing to worry about. In the Divine Court, Emperor Mo opened his eyes. There was a frightening light in his eyes. He stood up and a monstrous demonic aura soared into the sky. The demonic path giant of a generation, the might of a peerless demon, swept out. After tens of thousands of years, he was already completely different from when he had just entered the sovereign realm. The strength of his demonic techniques was unprecedented. Even Emperor Yuan of the demon race was left far behind by him. They both came from the demon race, but their paths were different. Emperor Yuan received the orthodox teachings of the demon race. He was a powerhouse that the current demon race jointly promoted. Naturally, his demonic techniques were invincible. But Emperor Mo had followed martial Emperor Yi Shiwen in battle for many years. His martial arts were also influenced by Yi Shiwen. He had a variety of demonic techniques as his foundation, but he was not limited to the martial arts of the demon race. He could be said to be ever-changing and unpredictable. Now, all the heavens and realms knew that the group of emperors with the divine court as the core was obviously stronger than the other emperors. Their growth was also faster. Because they had Yi Shiwen as a link between them, they could also exchange their feelings about the great Tao without any reservations. They also often discussed the Tao with each other. In addition, Yi Shiwen had left behind the personal notes of the various emperors. In terms of cultivation resources, they were far better than the other emperors. Even Emperor Yuan, who was promoted by the demon world, could obtain the personal notes and insights of other senior demon emperors. But it was ultimately incomparable to face-to-face communication with other contemporary emperors. As time passed, the gap between them gradually widened. It had only been tens of thousands of years, but Emperor Mo had already stepped into the fifth realm. If not for this cultivation base, he would not have been able to escape from the sealed land. Because back then, there was more than one emperor of the celestial race. The fact that he could escape from the hands of those veteran celestial race emperors was already very telling. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Mo looked at the celestial emperor in front of him and said, "This is not the sealed land. Back then, you guys ambushed me and took advantage of me. This time, I will cut off your head to vent my anger." After Yi Mo became an emperor, he became an ambitious and ruthless person of the demonic path. After Yi Shiwen left, he became the master of the divine court. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? He was almost beaten to death. What was even more terrifying was the terrifying aura that came from the other side of the sealed land. It shocked him so much that he didn't dare to stay at all. He had been recuperating until now. Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Emperor Mo, I think you are too confident. Last time, you couldn't even last 10 moves against me. What about this time? Let me tell you, even though we are both emperors, there is still a gap between us. The celestial race emperor lord laughed heartily. Although Emperor Mo was very strong in the eyes of ordinary people, he didn't think much of it. Some gaps needed time to close. And what Emperor Mo and the other newly ascended emperors lacked the most was time. Yi Mo didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and an entire martial emperor heaven, an incomparably huge divine tree, was uprooted and entered his body. This celestial emperor was at least an existence above the seventh realm. Naturally, the gap between him and Yi Mo was huge. Ordinary means were unreliable. Now that he borrowed the power of the world tree, he could fight. This was also his greatest source of confidence. When Yi Shiwen first cultivated the world tree, it was just a seedling and couldn't borrow much power. Now that the world tree had grown to a certain stage, it could be lent to Yi Mo. The celestial emperor also saw it, but he didn't stop it because it was useless. If he stopped Yi Mo, the world tree wouldn't be used. Yi Mo took a step forward, directly crossing the limit and entering the primal chaos region at the edge of the universe. The Tian clan imperial monarch also walked over, stepping on a golden rainbow light as he flew across the sky. Boom! The entire chaos instantly boiled. Millions of chaos chi turned into giant dragons and rushed towards each other. In an instant, the entire chaos collided. The terrifying momentum of both sides was earth-shattering. The Celestial Emperor held a long spear in his hand. Like a giant, he rampaged in the chaos, spear light sweeping across the chaos. As for Yi Mo, he held the Tianyuan mirror in his hand, sweeping away the bloody light without falling into a disadvantageous position. Behind him, the shadow of the World Tree was faintly discernible, protecting him from the attacks of the Tian clan emperor. The battle between the two instantly sublimated into another world. The means of the celestial emperor erupted. After not seeing each other for tens of thousands of years, your Uncle Emperor Mo's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. In the middle of the army rushing to Divine Palace, Yi Shiwen sat high on the throne. He looked into the distance and saw the great battle at the edge of the chaos at the end of the universe. And beside him, little Yuer, who is now an emperor, could naturally see it. The emperor was an extreme powerhouse. Naturally, he had incredible magical powers. He could see the 9 heavens above and the underworld below. His eyesight was unimaginably strong. Although he couldn't compare to Yi Shiwen, who could see the entire universe at a glance, he could still see a battle of this level. This is a battle between high-level emperors. You should watch it more. It will be beneficial for your cultivation. Yi Shiwen still didn't forget to guide little Yuer. The Celestial Emperor was already a high-level emperor of the 7th realm. Although Yi Mo was a little weaker, with the help of the World Tree, he was not far from it. There was a battle between the two. A battle of this level was rare in the heavens. It was especially beneficial for people like little Yuer, who had just entered the Emperor realm. Little Crescent Moon watched this battle, and countless information of the great path surged in her eyes. Every movement between the two of them contained the supreme great path. Watching such a battle was like eating a complete tonic, and it was extremely beneficial. And seeing that Yi Shiwen was still in the mood to guide him, he naturally knew that Uncle Emperor Mo should not be in danger. He could rest assured. And at this time, the entire army of Emperor B City had arrived at the edge of the Divine Palace battlefield under the acceleration mode. Chapter 36:43. Under the support of Yi Shiwen, the army of Emperor B City quickly arrived near the battlefield of Divine Palace, and the Celestial Clan army also quickly discovered this army that came to support them. After a commotion, an army was quickly dispatched to stop them. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen was overseeing the army of the Imperial Mansion City. The entire army's momentum was at its peak. Although the Celestial Race Army was far more than the Imperial Mansion City's army, it couldn't stop their hot-bloodedness. They directly rushed forward to kill. Reinforcements, it's our reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. In Divine Palace, many people saw the arrival of this army. Suddenly, their morale was high. Originally, when they were surrounded by the Celestial Clan army, many people's morale was not high. They were forced to a dead end and could only fight to the death. But now that they saw the reinforcements, their morale naturally rose. Divine Palace had been surrounded for so long, and the other Emperor inheritances' reinforcements had not appeared. Obviously, it was very likely that they were blocked by the Celestial Clan army. This simple strategy, all the elites of Divine Palace could not think of it, especially when the Celestial Clan had many veteran emperors. It was far beyond the imagination of the Celestial Clan. If the Celestial Clan really succeeded, then the consequences were simply unimaginable. However, now that the army of Emperor B City had arrived, they saw hope. Suddenly, the morale of the entire Divine Palace soared. Suddenly, at this time, an incomparably huge figure appeared in the Celestial Clan army. It turned into a monstrous giant hand and grabbed towards the army of Emperor B City that had just arrived. Suddenly, there was a shout, followed by a dark dragon halberd flying across the sky, directly sweeping towards this giant hand. Although this giant hand was swift and fierce, it was almost cut in an instant. This huge, gasified hand immediately transformed into a raging wave of energy that swept out. Among the Celestial Clan army, there was a puzzled voice. Which friend is here? Why not come out and meet me? Among the Celestial Clan army, a person came out across the sky. It was an emperor whose entire body seemed to be made of amethyst. With a monstrous wave, he suppressed the entire place. His martial arts were superb, and there were countless rays of light dancing around him, like a huge star in the world. This was yet another high-level monarch of the celestial race, and he was even more powerful than the one Emperor Emo had fought. Go and fight with him. There aren't many opportunities to fight with such a high-level monarch. Yi Shiwen looked at Little Crescent Moon next to him and said, it was none other than Little Crescent Moon who had attacked just now. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to make a move for the time being. He wanted to give Little Crescent Moon an opportunity to make a move. As he had said, this wasn't an ordinary opportunity. Usually it would be a battle to the death and they might die here. However, with him here, there was no danger. He could control the situation at any time, so this dead end had become a rare opportunity. Let me help you. All right. Little Crescent Moon was also eager to give it a try. In the previous battle with the Emperor of Tian Clan, she didn't have a chance to display her true strength. She wasn't at her peak state all along. Later on, Yi Shiwen easily killed his opponent. She didn't even have a chance to attack. This might be her first battle after becoming an emperor. To fight against such a powerful existence, this might be an unprecedented opportunity. Little Crescent Moon flew forward and also released her monarch's aura. The aura of a newborn monarch was released like a stormy sea. Princess? Is that the princess? Many people in the Divine Palace recognized Little Crescent Moon. They were pleasantly surprised. In the Divine Palace, Little Crescent Moon was the little princess. For a long time, many elders in the Divine Palace could even be said to have watched Little Crescent Moon grow up. Naturally, they were very familiar with Little Crescent Moon's appearance. At this time, seeing that the new emperor in the army turned out to be the little princess that they had watched grow up, they were naturally very surprised. Many high-level people in the Divine Palace were very clear that Little Crescent Moon was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm before. She was known as the #1 quasi-emperor in the world. If there were many quasi-emperors who could become a monarch, then she was the most likely one. Little Crescent Moon left during this period of time to look for an opportunity to break through. Now, it seemed that she had succeeded. How could they not be happy? This meant that there was another super expert on the side of the myriad heavens realms. Then, their chances of winning were much higher. However, they did not know that the pillar and legend of the Divine Palace, Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen, was hidden among the reinforcements from Imperial City. Yi Shiwen did not plan to expose himself so early. Everything was under his control. He wanted to see how many people would jump out. Then let's wipe them all out in one go. Yi Shiwen's mind was filled with thoughts, but his eyes were becoming clearer and sharper. At this time, his eyes fell on a space deep in the Divine Palace. A beautiful woman was standing on a mountain peak. Her beautiful face quickly looked at Little Crescent Moon with surprise and joy. She was happy that Little Crescent Moon had finally broken through the boundary and reached the monarch realm. But she was surprised that she would have to face the obviously stronger and more terrifying experts of the heavenly race. A gentle look flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Dawn Li was still the same as when Yi Shiwen first met her after tens of thousands of years. She still looked the same as when Yi Shiwen first met her. Her pretty appearance did not diminish after giving birth to little Moontooth. As a mother, Dawn only wished for her daughter to be safe. She did not even care if her daughter could survive the heavenly tribulation to become a monarch. All she wanted was for her daughter to be safe. However, she also knew that she was different from her. Little Crescent Moon was a natural princess from a young age. She would not fall behind anyone in anything. When she cultivated, she would work extremely hard. This time, against the invasion of the heavenly race army, she wanted to stand forward. Just like her father from tens of thousands of years ago, she wanted to shoulder the responsibility of saving the people of the myriad heavens realms. As she grew older, The way she cultivated with all her might resembled Yi Shiwen from back then. She had someone to rely on for the next 4 years. Unlike others, she was more worried about the outcome of her daughter facing the unknown expert of the heavenly race. You are the daughter of a martial emperor? I never expected that you would break the shackles of fate and attain the Tao. The Imperial King clearly recognized Little Crescent Moon. He would not waste the effort to remember ants beneath the Imperial King realm, but be it Little Crescent Moon's identity or status, as well as the reputation she had created, it was enough for him to remember her. That's right. Little Crescent Moon nodded. Ever since she was sensible, people had always said that. She had never been disgusted by it, nor would she have any rebellious thoughts because of it. That was because she knew that everything she had was because of her relationship with Yi Shiwen. Be it bloodline or talent, it was the same. Just as Little Crescent Moon's voice faded, the nether dragon halberd in her hand slashed out with a terrifying divine beam. Like a dragon, it opened its mouth and suddenly slammed at the Imperial King. She knew that she was inferior to the Imperial King in every aspect. To fight, the only way was to seize the initiative. The battle instantly erupted. Little Crescent Moon's strength was naturally far inferior to the Imperial King in front of her, but she had truly crossed that line. She was the true supreme ruler of the myriad heavens and was not an ant. The Imperial King did not dare to underestimate her. The two of them fought their way into the chaos. 2 battles at the Imperial King level instantly erupted. The Divine Palace and Imperial armies were somewhat indifferent. Everyone knew that the true deciding factor was these 2 battles, and even if they fought to the death, it would still be difficult to determine the outcome. Yi Shiwen's gaze was also fixed on the 2 battles, especially Little Crescent Moon's battle. The battle was extremely intense from the beginning, and at the same time, it was extremely difficult. To Little Crescent Moon, who had just entered the Imperial King realm, such an opponent was just too tyrannical and powerful. The pressure made it hard for her to breathe. She was sent flying and vomited blood several times from the beginning. If not for the phoenix robe protecting her, her Imperial King body would have long cracked. In the Divine Palace, Dawn would exclaim every time she saw her daughter being sent flying and vomiting blood. Her thoughts were different from Yi Shiwen's training of her daughter. In her heart, her daughter's safety was more important than anything else. However, the benefits of such training were naturally extremely great. Little Crescent Moon's realm stabilized at a speed visible to the naked eye. She had just stepped into the Imperial King realm and was still somewhat unstable, but now she was stabilizing at an astonishing speed. Under the pressure of such a huge battle, Little Crescent Moon also unleashed all her potential. She rapidly stabilized her realm. If she wanted to do this normally, she would have spent at least a century or even a millennium. The Imperial King realm was too mysterious. It was naturally difficult for someone who had just stepped into it to stabilize it. However, the difference between the 2 sides was still too great. It was different from Yi Mo's battle. Little Crescent Moon's battle was in an overwhelming state right from the beginning. The airtight attacks suppressed her to the point where she couldn't even breathe. A few times his body was beaten to the point where it cracked open. Countless people cried out in shock. They could only watch this scene helplessly. And in the Imperial Bee City army, many people looked at Yi Shiwen, who was in the middle of the battle, to see what he would do. Yi Shiwen had been waiting all this while. When he saw Little Crescent Moon's battle to the brink of exhaustion, he finally decided to intervene. In such a tragic battle with almost no chance of survival, as long as one did not die, it would be a valuable asset. He had experienced countless such battles in his life, so he knew it best. Perhaps this was the difference between being a father and being a mother. It's time to end this. Yi Shiwen stood up from the throne and conjured a monstrous hand. Countless laws revolved around it, transforming into a terrifying aura that blotted out the sky. It grabbed at the Imperial King, who was fighting Little Crescent Moon. Chapter 3644. The huge hand blotted out the sky as if it was going to cover the whole world. There were two sovereign emperor battlefields, and either one of them was a battle between the top experts in the world. However, all the light was overshadowed by such a simple, cheek-condensed hand. This big hand had the power to swallow the world. Everyone could only bow their heads in front of this big hand. There was no other way. The Emperor Lord, who was fighting with Little Crescent Moon, felt a fatal threat almost instantly. That feeling jumped from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and the hair on his back stood up. Since he had obtained the way, he had never felt such a terrible feeling. Even when he encountered a high-level Emperor Lord when he had just obtained the way, he did not feel this way. This almost instinctive trembling made him react in an instant. Originally, he had wanted to go one step further and kill Little Crescent Moon. He wanted to eliminate such a powerful expert from the universe. After all, even though Little Crescent Moon couldn't pose any threat to him, she was still unstoppable to an ordinary army. But now, almost instantly, he felt that his life was in danger. He frantically retreated, retreating hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant, deep into the chaos. He did not even see where the danger came from. But he had already made such a decision. He believed in his sixth sense. However, an even more terrifying scene happened. As the Emperor Lord retreated hundreds of thousands of miles, the cheek-condensed hand also grew hundreds of thousands of miles. The momentum of the cheek-condensed hand covered the sky and extended into the chaos. This hand seemed to replace the sky and appeared in front of everyone. What? How is this possible? This celestial race emperor never thought that even though he tried his best to escape, it would still be useless. He was still caught. Roar! The Emperor Lord was furious. He roared, and a mysterious light bloomed around his body. Then it turned into an amethyst long sword and slashed at the big hand. He directly took out his own Tao instrument. With the power of a Tao instrument, it was an extremely easy thing to fight against a cheek-condensed hand. But unexpectedly, when the amethyst long sword slashed at the cheek-condensed hand, it did not even cause any waves. It was as if it had slashed at a pool of water, and then it was bounced back. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the countless armies present, especially the Tian clan army, saw an extremely horrifying scene. The extremely powerful Tian clan emperor, the invincible Tian clan emperor, was actually casually caught by this hand made of qi. Bang! There was a huge roar. Then they saw that the invincible supreme existence was casually grabbed by Yi Shiwen and turned into a mass of blood mist. Even his spirit and body were crushed. He didn't have the strength to fight back. Then Yi Shiwen grabbed the body of this Emperor Lord, which had transformed into a blood mist, and put it into his own inner world. An Emperor Lord wasn't comparable to a heavenly venerable, but its flesh and blood were still extremely precious divine materials. The entire universe fell silent. Everyone seemed to have been scared stiff. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Such a powerful emperor was gone just like that. They had actually seen the combat power of the Tian clan emperor just now. His strength was enough to sweep away the armies present, and even Little Moon Tooth, who had been promoted to Emperor Lord, could barely resist. That strength was indeed terrifying, but it was nothing in front of this huge hand that covered the sky. After they reacted, they all took a deep breath. There was actually such a terrifying existence in the myriad heavens. How come they had never discovered it? Whether it was the Tian clan army or the divine court elites, they couldn't seem to remember who had such terrifying strength. Names that had once shone in the long river of history of the myriad heavens were dug out. Those who had once shocked the world and then disappeared later might all appear. But they still didn't think about the martial emperor because no one who had gone to the path of creation had ever returned. So they naturally excluded him. The army of Imperial Bee City naturally knew who it was, but they were still immersed in the previous shock. They had already seen Yi Shiwen's terrifying combat power outside Imperial Bee City. He casually killed the Emperor Lord and then refined him into a puppet. That speed and efficiency were still unforgettable. But when they saw the similar situation again, but the method was different, they were still stunned. No matter how many times they had seen such a thing, it was still extremely shocking. If the previous Tian clan emperor being beheaded was just an example, then it really proved that Yi Shiwen really had such terrifying strength, which was far beyond everyone's imagination. They couldn't distinguish the strength of the emperor lords, but they could still see that Yi Shiwen definitely had the ability that was far above these emperor lords. Yi Shiwen flew out from the army of Imperial Bi City. At first, everyone was silent, but then they all boiled up. The elites stationed in the divine court instantly boiled up. They were all the elites of the elites in the divine court. How could they not recognize Yi Shiwen? They had basically seen Yi Shiwen's drawing. But compared to Yi Shiwen on the drawing, the real Yi Shiwen was much more majestic. Martial Emperor, it's the Martial Emperor, it's the Martial Emperor. It's the Martial Emperor, we are saved. The Martial Emperor is back. Everyone in the entire divine court instantly boiled up. They had previously thought of countless veteran emperor lords who might take action. Many of their names didn't have the Martial Emperor as the master of the divine court. But now that they saw the figure of the Martial Emperor, they couldn't help but boil up. I didn't expect that I could see the Martial Emperor again in this life. Many old people felt tears flowing down their cheeks. The last time they saw the Martial Emperor was tens of thousands of years ago. Such a long time was enough to bury many things. Along with the Martial Emperor, the years of their expeditions were also gone. Under the leadership of the Martial Emperor, they turned the tide and drove the Tian clan back to the sealed land. After that, the Martial Emperor reigned. He commanded the heavens and the earth, and no one dared to disobey him. In the mere tens of thousands of years of the Martial Emperor's reign, it was unknown how many upheavals were quelled and how many potential sources of disaster were eradicated. Although he didn't reign for a long time, the influence he caused still existed. In those glorious years, they followed the Martial Emperor to conquer the east and the west and fought in the north and the south. Now, they felt that the time that had disappeared had returned. In the divine court, a woman covered her mouth with her white palm. Her eyes were instantly blurred by tears because she saw the figure that she had been thinking about day and night. He was back again. After tens of thousands of years, he had come back again. Moreover, he had appeared without any warning. This made her miss him for tens of thousands of years. Burst the dam. She was different from Yi Qianqian and Hua Menghan. She could work hard to cultivate in order to see Shiwen again. She only wanted to stand by his side. She had no interest in becoming an empress. Everything she did was to catch up with his footsteps and one day stand by his side. Therefore, she was different in Yi Shiwen's heart. Be it Hua Menghan or Yi Qianqian, they were women with extremely independent thoughts. They had their own plans and goals, and they did not rely on Yi Shiwen. As for Dawn, she was different. Her world originally only had Yi Shiwen, and it revolved around him alone. Even now, there was only the addition of Little Crescent Moon. It could even be said that Little Crescent Moon was an extension of her longing for Yi Shiwen. For tens of thousands of years, she could pretend to be very strong in front of others. But at that moment, there was nothing that could stop her tears from flowing. At the next moment, Yi Shiwen had already appeared beside her. He gently pulled her into his embrace and did not say anything unnecessary. All he did was hug her tightly. "Sorry, I came back late." Little Crescent Moon dragged her exhausted body back. When she saw her father and mother hugging each other, her beautiful eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. She was certain that, although her mother was crying, she was smiling in her heart. Ever since she could remember, she had never smiled so happily. No one disturbed the two. The confrontation between the two armies had become a foil to this picture. Little Crescent Moon was only circulating the Phoenix regeneration technique to heal the injuries left behind from the previous battle. The battle from before was probably one of the few life and death battles she had experienced in her life. As a princess, her bloodline was naturally extraordinary. It was difficult for her to meet an opponent at the same level as her. She could even fight above her level. In addition, she had the nether dragon halberd and the phoenix robe to protect her. She had encountered danger, but she had never encountered a battle where she would definitely die if no one intervened. This was also an extremely valuable experience. Without being blown to smithereens, she almost immediately stabilized her Imperial King realm. There was no need to worry about the danger of her realm dropping. The news of the Martial Emperor's return spread throughout the Divine Court at the fastest speed possible. Many logistical personnel in the Divine Court also received the news immediately. Everyone was stirred up. If they were originally worried, then with Yi Shiwen's return, their backbone and stabilizing force had returned. There was naturally nothing to be afraid of. In the Divine Court, Yi Shiwen hugged on and gently waved his other hand. The celestial army that was besieging the Divine Court seemed to suffer a terrifying attack that could not be resisted. They disintegrated and turned into atoms. It was as though an invisible ripple had swept across. Countless celestial army did not even have the time to escape before they were completely reduced to nothingness. Instantly, the periphery of the Divine Court was empty. Everyone was shocked. This was even more intense than the shock brought by Yi Shiwen casually grabbing an imperial king to death. The scene was even more terrifying. Chapter 3645. This method had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. No matter how tyrannical the emperor was, he could not do this, because what they could do was the limit of the rules. They could annihilate an army with absolute power. However, that was done by suppressing the enemy with absolute strength. They couldn't annihilate an army with a wave of their hand like Yi Shiwen had done. This was a method that had already exceeded the rules, because the heavenly masters could modify the rules. So many unimaginable and seemingly impossible things were nothing to the heavenly masters. Even the emperor's words could not be done to this extent. This was a method that surpassed the limit. With just a simple strike, it had completely annihilated the Tian clan army. At the same time, it also made everyone understand that in front of this kind of strength, no matter how many armies the Tian clan had, it was meaningless. At this time, the entire heavenly clan army had been destroyed, and everyone's eyes were looking at the battle at the edge of the chaos in the depths of the universe. At this time, the strength of both sides could be said to be evenly matched. Although in terms of spiritual power and realm, Yemo was not as good as the heavenly clan emperor. With the support of the world tree, his spiritual power could be said to be endless. Even if his body was destroyed, he could quickly recover. The wood attribute law itself was unique in the way of repair, not to mention that the world tree was the ancestor of the world's trees. In this aspect, it was naturally unparalleled. Even the damage caused by the heavenly clan emperor could be instantly repaired. If not for this, Yemo would not have been able to contend against it. After all, the gap between the two sides was too big. However, the heavenly clan emperor had also seen the shocking scene just now, and he was almost scared to death. It was too terrifying. The emperor was casually killed, and the heavenly clan army was turned into ashes with a wave of his hand. Such terrifying strength was simply unmatched. Thinking of this, he did not dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly fled towards the heavenly clan seal. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was such an outrageous thing, that someone could actually do such a thing. He even heard the exclamations of many divine court elites, and was immediately incomparably puzzled. Even if the martial emperor returned, he should not be so terrifying, but he did it. But how could he think about this at this time? And he did not have so much time to think about it. However, at this time, how could Yemo let him escape? He also saw Yi Shiwen's previous attack, and was extremely surprised. At this time, he couldn't let the celestial Empyrean emperor go, so he attacked again and again. The battle continued for an entire 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, that imperial monarch was still killed by Yemo. The process was extremely intense, and it was even to the extent that Yemo was heavily injured and almost died miserably at the end. The Emperor King of the celestial race, who had finally erupted with his final will to live, was extremely terrifying. He had been forced into a dead end by Yi Shiwen. When he was about to escape, he found that the space was fixed. His inherent means of traveling through space was useless in the face of this strengthened space. In other words, he was fixed in a certain range and could not escape. Only the martial emperor who had just displayed such a shocking technique would do such a thing. At this moment, he finally understood that the gap between him and the other party was just too great. The restriction that the other party had casually set up was something that he could not break even with his full strength. This was the gap between them. At the same time, he also understood Yi Shiwen's sinister intentions. He wanted to use him as a stepping stone for Yi Mo's breakthrough. Suddenly, he also went crazy. With the support of his will to live, he chased after Yi Mo crazily. His only hope was that the other celestial Empyrean emperors would receive the news and rush over to save him. However, he would never know that the news here had been blocked by Yi Shiwen. With Yi Shiwen's ability, it was too easy to block a piece of news. As a dignified heavenly master, the place where he appeared was his home ground and became his domain. If he didn't want the news to spread, then it would be impossible for no news to spread. Only if there was another heavenly master present. But was there another heavenly master present? Obviously not, so Yi Shiwen was invincible here. Therefore, in the face of the sudden madness of the celestial Empyrean Emperor, Yi Mo was also caught off guard. However, he was also a demonic path overlord, a peerless demon. How could he be frightened? On the contrary, he became even more ruthless and directly fought to the death. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know what the scene of a death battle between two Empyrean emperors was like. But now the masses of divine court knew that a death battle between ordinary people was nothing in front of a death battle between Empyrean emperors. In the battle between Empyrean emperors, all kinds of laws crisscrossed and divine splendor illuminated the world. It was as if there were two incomparably huge suns in this starry sky, illuminating the entire universe. If there was some elegance and dignity of an Empyrean emperor at the beginning, then it was almost completely fists hitting flesh and blood flying everywhere. There was no elegance or dignity at all. Only the belief of survival and the belief of defeating the other supported the battle. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Every drop of Empyrean Emperor's blood destroyed an unknown number of stars before it stopped. The battle was extremely tragic. Both sides didn't know how many times their bodies had been destroyed by the other side, but they recovered. The recovery ability of the Empyrean Emperors also shocked and amazed them. If it were an ordinary quasi-emperor, they would have died a tragic death if they were touched. Even if they were lucky enough not to die, they would be left with unimaginable Dao injuries that would never recover. But when an Empyrean emperor was hit head-on, it only took a few breaths for him to recover to his original state. What a terrifying recovery ability! It wasn't until the end that Yi Mo finally killed his opponent. He himself was almost on the verge of death and almost died. Even his neck was broken. The battle was extremely tragic. However, his face was unusually excited because he had gained a lot from this battle. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the sixth realm. This was much more effective than his closed-door training for tens of thousands of years. However, he also knew that he was able to successfully kill that Empyrean emperor, to a large extent because Yi Shiwen was watching the battle from below. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, he might have been defeated. Even if that Empyrean emperor wanted to escape, he wouldn't have been able to stop him. However, he was even more shocked in his heart. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Compared to tens of thousands of years ago, he was much stronger. From the first realm to the fifth realm, how much had he experienced in between? This was an achievement that even Yi Shiwen hadn't achieved in the past. However, it was still different because Yi Shiwen was a pioneer. Yi Shiwen had opened up an era. At that time, the world hadn't completely opened up, and it was extremely difficult for an Empyrean emperor to cultivate. After tens of thousands of years, the difficulty of their cultivation was much lower, so their progress was much faster than Yi Shiwen, who had just become an Empyrean emperor. But looking at it now, Not only did they not catch up with Yi Shiyun's footsteps in the past tens of thousands of years, but they were also left far behind by Yi Shiyun. This method was incredible. It should have surpassed the means of an Empyrean emperor. He didn't know what realm was above the Empyrean emperor. He had cultivated to this point, and he could already faintly sense that there was a realm above the Empyrean emperor, but he didn't know what realm it was. However, seeing Yi Shiyun's appearance, he should know. Since Yi Shiyun knew, it was equivalent to him knowing, so he wasn't anxious. They hadn't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. Even for an old monster like him who had lived for tens of thousands of years, it was still a very long time. After Yi Mo recovered a little, he took a step down and entered the divine court. Naturally, he saw Yi Shiyun easily. "You're finally back." Yi Mo looked at Yi Shiyun with a complicated expression, but in the end, he only said these few words. "It's good that you're not dead. I haven't been back for so long, and you welcome me like this." Yi Shiyun stepped forward and punched his chest. It was no different from tens of thousands of years ago. What Empyrean emperor, what heavenly venerate, what extreme Tao's self-esteem was thrown aside at this time? "It's good that you can come back. Looking at you, it seems that there's nothing scary on the path of creation." Yi Mo grinned and said, "You're now beyond the Empyrean emperor. That kind of method isn't something an Empyrean emperor can do." "That's right. I've already surpassed the Empyrean emperor, and I'm now a heavenly venerate," Yi Shiyun said with a smile. To put it simply, an Empyrean emperor is a powerhouse who utilizes the rules to the extreme, while a heavenly venerate is a powerhouse who can modify the rules for his own use and surpass the limits. Modify the rules. Yi Mo's eyes flashed with a somewhat frightening look. Having cultivated to this level, he had already felt a kind of limit. There wouldn't be a qualitative change in the higher realms of an Empyrean emperor. It was just that his strength and realm would become more robust, but there wouldn't be a qualitative change anymore. Even he himself couldn't think of any other changes. He had already utilized the rules that could be used to the extreme. The fight between Empyrean emperors was just a fight for the control of the rules. But now, Yi Shiyun's words had opened up a whole new field for him. Modifying the rules, which he originally thought was the limit, naturally wasn't the limit. He could go further and become even stronger. However, the rules are set by the heavens. How can it be so easy to modify the rules? Only with strength that surpasses the Empyrean emperor can it be done, said Yi Shiyun. As for what kind of difference there is, I'll explain it to all of you when the others arrive. All right, ha ha ha. Now that you're back, it's time to spread this news. You're back, and the backbone of the myriad heavens and realms is also back, said Yi Mo with a laugh. Yi Shiyun nodded and said, "Pass my decree. Let all the Empyrean emperors come to the divine court to see me." Chapter 36:46. The news of the martial emperor's return spread like a whirlwind across the entire heavens overnight. This news was so shocking that it couldn't be hidden at all. He was an existence that had reigned for tens of thousands of years and was like the sole ruler of the universe. Even though there were many imperial monarchs reigning at the same time, he was still the most dazzling one. As long as he was around, there would only be one core in the universe. There would never be a second core. Now that he was back, the backbone of the heavens seemed to be back. Unlike any other emperor, the martial emperor, Yi Shiyun, had such a magical power. Moreover, more shocking news followed. Yi Shiyun, who had just returned, easily beheaded the two emperors of the heavens and destroyed two armies of the heavens at the same time. He was simply invincible. This image also overlapped with the invincible image left by Yi Shiyun in the past. He was still invincible. No one was his opponent at all. He's too strong. You won't believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes. The martial emperor had no difficulty in killing the two emperors of the heavens. He just grabbed one and killed another with a sword. The army of the heavens was annihilated with a wave of his hand. How is it possible? Although the martial emperor is strong, this is too unreal. We are saved now that the martial emperor is back. These heavens have been arrogant for too long. For a time, the entire heavens was discussing this news. There were all kinds of discussions. Different people naturally had different focuses. However, the most important thing was that everyone understood that with the return of the martial emperor, the situation of the heavens would change dramatically. The weight of the martial emperor was far more than that of an emperor. Many tribes who were still watching had suddenly decided to join the camp of the heavens. Back then, Yi Shiwen's legacy was too much. It wasn't known how many tribes had received his grace. Many tribes had even been saved by Yi Shiwen in times of crisis. They had all vowed that as long as Yi Shiwen called upon them, they would fight for Yi Shiwen at any time and any place. The patriarchs of many clans and the heads of various sects went to the divine court after they received the news of Yi Shiwen's return. They wanted to meet the martial emperor and serve him. They wanted to gather under the banner of the martial emperor to conquer the world. These oaths were deeply ingrained in their blood, passed down from generation to generation, and would never disappear unless the race disappeared. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had come back with such a strong performance. This had increased their confidence. The deterrence that Yi Shiwen had left behind back then was too terrifying. Even though many people had never seen the martial emperor before, they had heard from the elders of the clan how the martial emperor was invincible back then. He had suppressed all kinds of turmoil in the myriad worlds by himself, and even eliminated the Emperor Primordius who had been spying on the myriad worlds for many years. Now that Yi Shiwen had appeared and displayed such astonishing strength, how could they not be shocked? One must know that among the 2 Tian clan armies that Yi Shiwen had casually dealt with, many of them were elites from their headquarters. It was unknown how much they had lost in one go. It could be said that every family was in mourning and mourning. The Tian clan did not have any reaction facing such a strong Yi Shiwen, as if they were frightened. They did not even come forward to refute. In fact, there was really nothing to refute. Yi Shiwen was too strong. It was also a fact that the 3 emperor lords of the Tian clan had been killed. There was no way to refute it. Even for a race with a deep foundation like the Tian clan, the fall of a few emperor lords was a serious blow. They were about to vomit blood. This intensified the panic of the tribes in the Tian clan camp. Some even sent special envoys to the divine palace in an attempt to contact each other secretly. For a time, because of Yi Shiwen's return, the situation of the entire myriad worlds had changed. The situation became more and more unpredictable, and no one could understand it. After that, Yi Shiwen, who had returned, issued the first decree, asking all the emperor lords of the myriad worlds to come and see him. When this domineering decree was issued, it immediately caused the entire heavens to boil. Obviously, Yi Shiwen was going to deal with the matter of the heavenly clan after returning, and the domineering words in the decree made countless people sigh with emotion. If there was someone in the myriad worlds who could command the emperor lords to come and see him in such a domineering manner, it was only Yi Shiwen. All those years ago, when he was still on the throne, he was the #1 figure amongst all the imperial monarchs. Now that he'd returned, he still revealed terrifying combat strength that the other imperial monarchs couldn't even hope to match. With such terrifying combat strength and shocking battle achievements as a foundation, this decree of his seemed very normal, and not because he was overestimating his own strength. If other emperor lords dared to say such words, they would have been scolded to pieces. They were all emperor lords. Although there was some difference in strength, they were all at the same level. Who dared to command other emperor lords like this? But Yi Shiwen dared. He commanded the world, just like the leader of the myriad worlds, the lord of the heaven and earth. Even if tens of thousands of years had passed, this identity would not change. For a time, this news spread to the inheritances of various emperor lords, alarming all the emperor lords. What? The martial emperor is back. In the far north of the myriad worlds, in the ice palace, the ice emperor, who was sitting on an ice sculpture throne in a snowy ice field, opened his eyes. His expression was completely incredulous. He knew that Yi Shiwen left the myriad worlds, and went to the path of creation tens of thousands of years ago. If it was said that he did not have a deep understanding of the creation path back then, he now understood it very well. It was a dangerous place, a land of death. Since the ancient times, all the records about it were filled with misfortune. Some of the sovereign emperors who went and disappeared, some fled out covered in blood, and some let out furious roars before vanishing after an intense battle. All the various records only pointed to one thing, which was that it was full of omens. After Yi Shiwen went in, there was no more news for tens of thousands of years, which seemed to confirm the previous rumors. The path of creation was full of omens, and no one knew what kind of existence was there that specialized in hunting down emperor lords. Killing imperial monarchs was an extremely shocking term. He was an imperial monarch as well, and he was the most supreme existence in the universe. Living beings that hadn't attained the Tao were merely ants in his eyes. Now, there was actually someone who dared to hunt down emperor lords for a living. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a chill down his back. Even if he heard the legendary call of creation, he would not go to such a place. At least, before anyone knew what kind of place it was, he would not consider going there. However, Yi Shiwen had returned at this time. This was a great shock for him because Yi Shiwen had come back alive. This meant that it might not be a dead place. At least, it wasn't as ominous as everyone had thought. It was a dead domain, an ominous place. At the same time, he had been having a headache over the attacks of the Sky Clan recently. However, whether it was the number or the quality of the Emperor Lords, the Sky Clan firmly suppressed the myriad worlds. This also forced them to be on the defensive. There was nothing they could do. Now that Yi Shiwen had returned, the situation had changed dramatically. In particular, he had asked in detail about Yi Shiwen's means back then. Yi Shiwen had casually grabbed an Emperor Lord to death. Such an ability, he felt shocked just thinking about it. No matter what, I will go and see him. Ice Emperor finally suppressed his dissatisfaction with Yi Shiwen's overbearing attitude and planned to see Yi Shiwen. Whether it was Yi Shiwen's strength or prestige, he was qualified to do so. It was just that Yi Shiwen had not been around for many years, and he was not used to someone suppressing him anymore. Not only the Ice Palace, but almost all the Emperor Lord's inheritance in the world had moved. When the news reached the Demon Clan Heavenly Court, the Demon Master who got the news immediately rushed to the place where the Demon Monarch was practicing in seclusion and called him out. Then the two rushed directly to the Divine Court. They did not bring any ceremonial guards, nor did they have the procession of the Emperor Lords. They had waited for too many years, and at this time they were not willing to wait any longer. In another plane of the myriad worlds, in the underworld, countless underworld soldiers were patrolling on the water of the underworld. There were also teams of armies that were mobilized to fight along the water of the underworld to an unknown place. At the same time, countless souls came here under the influence of a powerful force. For many years, the underworld had been trying to reshape the reincarnation, to find a home for the creatures of the myriad worlds after death. Now, the embryonic form was finally beginning to take shape. The souls of the dead creatures, the souls of different races, were reincarnated through the 6 paths of reincarnation that stood in the depths of the underworld. Every time a soul was reincarnated, a trace of light of merit would fall from the sky and sink into the depths of the underworld. This was heaven's commendation for the work of the underworld. Although there were still many powerful creatures, even if they died, their souls were still extremely powerful and refused to give in. They did not want to be reincarnated through the 6 paths of reincarnation. They wanted to seize the body of the world, but soon they would be suppressed by the underworld soldiers. These underworld soldiers were also successful in cultivation and well-trained. For tens of thousands of years, they had formed the underworld government headed by the 10 kings of hell. They replaced the dead monarchs who were in seclusion and managed the entire underworld. Each of the 10 kings of hell was a quasi-emperor. When the 10 of them joined forces, with the underworld behind them, they even dared to fight against the Emperor Lords. When the news of the martial emperor's return reached the underworld, a shocking power enveloped the entire underworld, causing countless ghosts to cry and wail. Then, another figure flashed across the sky, and in a flash, it had already left the underworld and was flying in the direction of the divine court. Chapter 3647. In the ancient Phoenix realm, countless people with the bloodline of the Phoenix race had gathered in the ancient Phoenix realm. Now that the sky race had invaded, the entire heavens and realms were in a state of panic. Under such circumstances, the ancient Phoenix realm had also summoned back the scattered clans with the bloodline of the Phoenix race. Now they were all gathered in the ancient Phoenix realm. There were layers of enchantments set up by the two emperors, the Phoenix Ancestor and the Phoenix Ancestor. It could be said to be one of the safest places in the world. When this news spread to the ancient Phoenix realm, the entire ancient Phoenix realm was in an uproar. Everyone knew that Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen was the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix realm. Although Yi Shiwen and the ancient Phoenix realm didn't have a pleasant relationship back then, it was a long time ago. Now, the Martial Emperor had already become an emperor. Moreover, the Phoenix Ancestor had also broken the rules and become the second emperor of the ancient Phoenix realm. Both sides were already the top figures in the entire heavens and realms. Naturally, no one else would dare to interfere in their affairs. Now that the Martial Emperor had returned, it was a good thing for both the heavens and the ancient Phoenix realm. Naturally, this news spread very quickly. After receiving this news, the quasi-emperor elders of the ancient Phoenix realm did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly passed the news to the ears of the Phoenix Ancestor, Hua Menghan, who was in seclusion. As soon as she heard this news, the Phoenix Ancestor, Hua Menghan, had already turned into a huge fire phoenix and crossed the starry sky, instantly entering the divine court. When the news reached the demon realm, the entire demon realm was in an uproar. At the same time, the news also reached the ears of the current master of the demon realm, Emperor Yuan. When he first heard this news, Emperor Yuan only felt that it was unbelievable. Although he had never been there, he knew what kind of place the path of creation was. In the demon realm, there were also demon emperors who went to the path of creation. In the end, there was no news from them. The only intermittent news that came out contained a terrifying news. Someone was hunting and killing emperors. Therefore, he had always regarded the path of creation as the most terrifying place. But now, Yi Shiwen had actually returned to the heavens and realms. He has returned. Emperor Yuan looked a little shocked. Your Honor, this Martial Emperor is practically issuing a decree in the form of an order. He wants all the sovereign emperors to pay respects to him. Isn't this a little too arrogant? A peak sovereign of the original demon clan couldn't help but say. In the past, the grudge between Yi Shiwen and the original demon race wasn't small. Although this matter was tacitly passed by both sides, and Yi Shiwen even helped Emperor Yuan to cross the tribulation and return the favor to the original demon race. Yi Shiwen forcefully borrowed the word demon. This was still a scar of the original demon race. It was a great shame to mention. In their opinion, the original demon race should have been on equal footing with Yi Shiwen a long time ago, now that they had an Emperor Yuan. But now Yi Shiwen had a condescending look, which made them slightly unhappy. Emperor Yuan just glanced at him slightly and said faintly, "With strength and confidence, one can naturally be arrogant, not to mention the fact that I can only rise to the throne because of his favor. Just the fact that he casually killed the emperor of the celestial race is not something that I can look up to. What's wrong with bowing my head?" Compared to the other dissatisfied experts of the original demon race, he didn't think so much. When Yi Shiwen was still around, he had already bowed his head. Not to mention, Yi Shiwen was obviously much more powerful now. Just hearing the description made him feel terrified. Because he was also an emperor, he understood how powerful and difficult it was to deal with an emperor. But it was also because of this that he also understood how terrifying strength was needed to casually kill an emperor. Not to mention that the emperor was a celestial race emperor whose strength was far above his. That was even more powerful than they could imagine. Thinking of this, he had already decided to go to the divine court. The heavens and realms had been in chaos for a long time. They really needed an alliance leader, a backbone. After saying this, he disappeared from the throne and rushed in the direction of the divine court. At the same time in the demon world, in the residence of the fallen angel race. In a garden, there were exotic flowers and grasses everywhere. The flowers were blooming in the warmth of spring. It didn't look like it was growing in the demon world at all. A handsome man was sitting on a stone bench drinking. Even hearing such a big event, like the return of the martial emperor, couldn't shake his mind. Opposite him was a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. She had a pretty face. When she heard that the martial emperor had returned, she couldn't suppress the joy on her face. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and he has finally returned. Back then, I made an agreement with him to go to the path of creation together, but he has already returned and become even stronger, while I have yet to truly take that step, the handsome man said, and his words were filled with a sense of pity. Ancestor is just making the final preparations. He will cross the tribulation sooner or later, said the girl. That handsome man was none other than the ancestor of the fallen angel race, which was one of the 8 royal clans of the entire demon world. His name was Lucifer. He and Yi Shiwen had made an agreement in the past that they would go to the path of creation together in the future. However, Yi Shiwen had returned from the path of creation after tens of thousands of years. However, he hadn't crossed the tribulation and become a sovereign lord yet. Opposite him was none other than Ling Fei. Ling Fei's appearance hadn't changed in the slightest compared to tens of thousands of years ago. She looked exactly the same as when Yi Shiwen had first seen her tens of thousands of years ago. The longer one prepares, the more one is afraid of death. Lucifer grinned. There was a trace of a self-deprecating expression at the corner of his mouth as he said this. However, it seems that I'll retreat if I don't advance. I'll either become a sovereign lord or die. I've already arranged everything else. Your brother has already grown up even without me. He can take over the banner of the race. So, our fallen angel race won't disappear after I leave. I'm worried about you now. You haven't married in all these years. Haven't you been waiting for him? He has returned now. So, I must bring this matter up with him, even if I don't want to lose my face. Old ancestor. Ling Fei looked at Lucifer. Her eyes turned slightly red. It had been tens of thousands of years. However, the longing in her heart hadn't faded with time. In fact, it had become even more intense. It was unknown how many elites from all over the world had come to propose marriage to her in the past tens of thousands of years. However, they had been rejected by her. She had thought that her heart had died. However, she hadn't expected that he would return. And he had returned at the most critical juncture. Silly girl, it has been tens of thousands of years. Haven't you gotten over it yet? Is face really that important? Is the relationship between him and Dawn lead deeper than the one between her and you? Actually, it isn't. However, she dared to seize such an opportunity. Therefore, she succeeded, but you didn't. Lucifer continued. I've also seen the previous information. His strength has reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps he has already surpassed the sovereign lord realm. This kind of person won't stay in the myriad heavens. The pond here is too shallow. It can't raise a dragon. He will leave soon. What will you do when that time comes? I understand. Old ancestor, I'll go to the divine court immediately. Ling Fei nodded. She had a firm look on her face as she said this. Her fists had turned somewhat pale. It seemed that she had made up her mind. That's good. You've already entered the quasi-emperor realm. So, you're qualified to represent our fallen angel clan. Yi Shiwen's decree had stirred up the entire world. Even the craziest person would pay attention to it. The divine court was faintly the head of the inheritances of many emperors. Yi Mo had overseen it and worked hard to manage it. But the most important thing was the immortal reputation that Yi Shiwen had established in the past. And he had returned now. The person who had founded the divine court had returned. Suddenly, not only the emperors, but all the famous powerhouses of the world had set off for the divine court in succession. The divine court of the various emperor dynasties. Even those unruly emperors didn't dare to disobey Yi Shiwen's decree. As soon as he returned, Yi Shiwen used his absolute strength to declare that although tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still the ruler of the world. There was no change. One mustn't forget that the emperors had reigned for millions of years, and Yi Shiwen was only the beginning. This wasn't only the home ground of the emperors, it was also his home ground. It didn't matter whether they were willing or not. They had no choice but to unite around Yi Shiwen because of Yi Shiwen's shocking strength or because of the invasion of the heavenly race. This decree had spread throughout the entire heavens. It had also spread to the heavenly race. The entire heavenly race was shaken. More and more armies of the heavenly race had been mobilized. It seemed as if they were plotting something. However, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to be aware of it, or it could be said that he simply didn't care. He was overseeing the divine court and was waiting for all the heroes of the world to arrive. All the heroes of the world had gathered in the divine court in just a few days, and they had held a meeting. Everyone was watching this meeting, which would decide the future of the myriad heavens and realms. One after another, powerful emperors entered the divine court. However, there were Phoenix Ancestor, Death Monarch, Emperor Amo, Demon Monarch, and Demon Master among them. The other emperors didn't dare to be presumptuous. Even if Yi Shiwen didn't show up, the others didn't dare to be presumptuous. In fact, not only the other emperors, Demon Monarch Yi Wudi, Demon Master Yang Kuan-peng, and others also didn't see Yi Shiwen. They were fully focused on preparing for this meeting. Until this time, the meeting finally began. Everyone had arrived first. The emperors were naturally sitting at the top. They took their seats according to their strength and status. Under the emperors were the patriarchs of the major clans, the immortal inheritance, and even the emperor's inheritance. Each of them was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, and each was more powerful than the other. After them were the ordinary quasi-emperors. The divine kings were no longer qualified to participate in such a meeting. They could only watch from afar and listen to the final results. The martial emperor has arrived! Accompanied by a powerful voice, a figure stepped on the sky full of golden light and landed on the main seat in the venue. Chapter 3648. Everyone looked at the figure on the throne. The golden light that filled the sky dissipated, and a figure appeared above. Many people of the older generation took a look and confirmed that it was indeed the martial emperor of the past. The person could be impersonated, but the supreme might of the martial emperor couldn't be impersonated. Greetings, martial emperor. May the martial emperor live forever. At this time, many quasi-emperors stood up and bowed, while the emperor lord sat still, except for Yao, Jun, and a few others who were familiar with Yi Shiwen, as well as people who were close to Yi Shiwen, like Phoenix Ancestor and Death Lord. The rest of the emperor lords did not stand up. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, they still felt that they were on the same level as Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen smiled and did not care. His eyes swept across the crowd. This was almost the gathering of the elites of the myriad realms. If they were attacked by the Sky Clan at this time, they would be captured in one fell swoop. Everyone, I'm back. Yi Shiwen announced his return almost word by word. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen curiously, especially since everyone knew that the martial emperor had gone to the path of creation. Now that he had returned, it could be said that he had created a new record. When the Sky Clan had returned, many emperor lords had secretly prayed and tried all kinds of methods to contact their emperor lords who had gone to the path of creation. However, they had all failed in the end. Since then, the terrifying reputation of the path of creation had risen to another level. Now that someone had returned alive, they also wanted to know what the situation on the path of creation was like. However, obviously, Yi Shiwen would not explain such things here. Instead, he said directly, I have understood the details of the situation in the past few days. The Sky Clan has returned with great momentum, and many Emperor Lords have appeared. It has been very difficult for everyone to resist. The Emperor Lords nodded. Although it was rude, it was also the truth, and there was nothing to hide, especially this person in front of them. He was a super ruthless person who had killed 2 Emperor Lords of the Sky Clan as soon as he returned. In front of him, they did not dare to be presumptuous. Everyone has worked hard, but the Sky Clan can only be arrogant for a while. Yi Shiwen said, Next, it is time for us to counterattack. Yi Shiwen didn't say any superfluous words as soon as he came up. He announced the start of the counterattack. Then Yi Shiwen said directly, This time, we must not let them have any chance to turn over, making it so that my Tian clan will never have a chance to rise again. What big words you have there! Suddenly, a loud shout resounded from outside the divine court before the imperial monarchs could speak. The entire divine court was shaking violently. Even though the divine court was covered with formations and barriers, they couldn't stop the sound from coming in, and it even caused the formations and barriers to shake violently. The expressions of all the imperial monarchs changed because they understood very well what exactly this meant. What sort of shocking cultivation was needed to accomplish such a feat? If it were them, there was no way they would act so presumptuously in the divine court, let alone hear their conversation from so far away. Yi Shiwen didn't find it strange at all. He just faintly said, There are guests coming who will go and receive them. He was organizing the alliance meeting here with great fanfare. It would be strange if the Tian clan could sit still. If it were him, if the Tian clan was organizing the alliance meeting with great fanfare, he would also go and kill them. He couldn't let the other party do things smoothly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a good thing. Let me do it, since there are guests coming. As the host, how can I not go and see? Yi Mo stood up from the seat below Yi Shiwen. Yi Mo roared and turned into a demonic giant and directly went out of the divine court. Outside the divine court, there was a general in silver armor, holding a long spear in his hand, pointing at the divine court, as if he could blast the entire divine court into pieces with one spear. Just by standing there, he gave Yi Mo a huge sense of oppression. He was much stronger and more terrifying than the celestial race Empyrean Emperor that he had killed before. Hiss! That is the Tian clan Heavenly Emperor. It didn't take long for someone in the divine court to recognize the silver-armored general. As soon as he shouted, many people reacted at once. Heavenly Emperor, is it the Heavenly Emperor who is known as the #1 Emperor of the Tian clan? The #1 expert of the Tian clan? Many people exclaimed. The title of Heavenless Divine Emperor was not a new one. He had already made a name for himself in the first war of resistance against the heavens. In the second war of resistance against the heavens, he had killed several Empyrean emperors of various worlds, establishing his fearsome name. And now there was even a declaration from the strongest expert of the Tian clan. Seeing the appearance of Heavenly Emperor, all the emperor monarchs suddenly felt a chill. Such an expert was much more tyrannical than any emperor monarch of the Tian clan they had met before. After Yi Shiwen killed several emperor monarchs of the Tian clan, a heavyweight figure finally appeared in the Tian clan. Known as the #1 expert of the Tian clan, Heavenly Emperor, Yi Mo's expression turned solemn. He knew that this time it would not be easy to deal with. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had returned this time, and judging from the strength Yi Shiwen had displayed, he might not be any weaker than Heavenly Emperor. Most importantly, there were so many emperor monarchs present. No matter how strong Heavenly Emperor was, he could not possibly deal with all of them. This time, Yi Shiwen had issued a decree, and all the emperor monarchs of the myriad heavens had come. With all the emperor monarchs present, even Heavenly Emperor would not be able to defeat them. It's good that one of you comes out to die first. Heavenly Emperor looked at him coldly, and then instantly attacked. Boom! The long spear suppressed the heaven and earth, instantly crushing down like a raging tide. Yi Emo immediately felt a terrifying pressure. He was already a fifth realm expert. Although the world tree was no longer with him, he was no longer the same as when he had just entered the Imperial Lord realm. However, this kind of pure crushing power still made him feel immense pressure. Terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Yi Emo unleashed all of his strength in an instant. Terrifying devil chi swept out, transforming into a rainbow of light that soared into the sky. But even so, the monstrous devil chi around his body couldn't even travel 100 miles. It was completely suppressed. As the ruler of the divine court, Emperor Emo had suppressed the entire universe for many years. His strength was obvious to all. However, he had been too weak in front of the heavenless divine emperor. Or rather, the heavenless divine emperor was too strong. The battle suddenly broke out. But inside Divine Palace, Yishuin did not seem to care at all, and instead looked at the emperor monarchs present. Among the many emperor monarchs present, he actually knew most of them, except for two that he did not know. The others had already become emperor monarchs before he left. Over the past tens of thousands of years, a total of 3 emperor monarchs had appeared in the myriad heavens, one of which had been killed in the war with the Heavenly Clan, and the remaining 2 were here. It seems that there are people here that I don't know. May I know who these 2 are? Yi Shiwen looked at the 2. These 2 emperor monarchs, one old and one young, wore a Taoist robe and looked like an immortal, while the other was a young man, wore an emperor robe and had unparalleled power. Greetings, martial emperor. I am heavenly emperor. The old man in the Taoist robe said and cupped his hands. I have been in seclusion for many years. It is normal that martial emperor does not know me. When the martial emperor was active, I was still in seclusion. Yi Shiwen nodded, so that was it. He then looked at the other young man, who cupped his hands and said, Greetings, martial emperor. I am Fire Cloud Emperor. Fire Cloud Emperor. Are you related to the Fire Cloud Cave? Yi Shiwen thought for a moment, and suddenly said, as if he had thought of something, Martial Emperor, you have good eyesight, yes. I am Shinnong's 370th great-great-grandson. Fire Cloud Emperor nodded, and Yi Shiwen realized that he was the descendant of Shinnong, one of the 3 sovereigns. This made him a little surprised. Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, Xianyuan occupied 6 positions, but neither Heavenly Emperor Fuxi nor Earthly Emperor Shinnong had descendants who could go against the flow and achieve the Tao. Now there was an exception. However, Yi Shiwen saw that he looked like a human, and the divine technique he cultivated was somewhat familiar, so he could immediately guess. In the past, Yi Shiwen visited all the inheritances of the Emperor in the myriad world, including the Fire Cloud Cave founded by Earthly Emperor Shinnong, in order to further his cultivation. Although the Fire Cloud Cave was in the ancestral land of the human race and had been guarding the last pure land of the human race, he still entered the Fire Cloud Cave and read many Tao scriptures left by Earthly Emperor Shinnong, and gained a lot, so he could see the origin of Fire Cloud Emperor at a glance. I see. Yi Shiwen said, In the past, there was a woman in the Fire Cloud Cave, and she stunned the myriad world as soon as she made her debut. Unfortunately, she failed to cross the quasi-emperor tribulation. Unexpectedly, there was another amazing person in the Fire Cloud Cave in the past tens of thousands of years, and she succeeded in achieving the Tao. After all, it was an old emperor's inheritance, and it was indeed extraordinary. Fire Cloud Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen and unexpectedly felt a little nervous. Although Yi Shiwen didn't use any magical power, he still gave off a feeling that he was as deep as the sea, unfathomable. At this time, the battle between Yi Emo and Heaven Emperor in the sky had already been decided. In just 10 moves, Yi Emo had already been beaten to the point of vomiting blood and was sent flying. Heaven Emperor, don't be arrogant, I will fight with you. At that moment, Demon Master let out a long roar and turned into a giant that was as tall as a mountain. He charged into the starry sky and broke the starry sky with one attack. He stopped Emperor Godfire Cloud's attack and fought with Emperor Godfire Cloud. Chapter 36:49. The Demon Master stepped into the endless starry sky and started fighting with the Heavenless Emperor. The Demon Master also displayed the cultivation of the fifth realm. His participation made Emperor Mo heave a sigh of relief. The pressure was not as great. Yi Shiwen sat on the throne and nodded. Yi Mo's cultivation had improved tremendously over the years. Young Kuan Peng's cultivation had improved tremendously as well. He was already at the fifth realm. However, he quickly realized that because of him, young Kuan Peng, Yi Wudi, Yi Mo, Yi Qianqian, Hua Menghan, and the others had a close relationship. They also communicated with each other and gained experience. This was an advantage that no one else had. In addition, their talents were not bad at all. It was normal for them to improve over the years. However, even though young Kuan Peng joined the battle and fought 2 against 1, he only managed to buy some time for Yi Mo to recover. In fact, he was quickly suppressed and at a disadvantage. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few moves. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was very obvious. The Heavenless Emperor lived up to his reputation as the #1 expert of the Heavenly Clan. He was much stronger than ordinary peak Emperor candidates. He was only half a step away from the Heavenly Master Realm, although this half step was the difference between heaven and earth. But in this universe, such strength was enough to sweep away everyone. No wonder he dared to enter the divine court alone. He really had some skills. Seeing that young Kuan Peng and Yi Mo were being suppressed and at a disadvantage, Yi Wudi, as the lord of the heavenly court of the demon clan, finally could not stand it anymore. He turned into a giant and stepped into the starry sky to join the battle. The 3 emperor lords surrounded the Heavenless Emperor from 3 directions. They attacked as if they were watching a horse's lantern. This was different from any opponent they had encountered before. They were much stronger than any opponent they had encountered before. But even so, the Heavenless Emperor remained calm in the face of the 3 Emperor Lords' all-out attacks. He suppressed the 3 of them almost single-handedly. Seeing how overbearing the skyless Divine Emperor was, and how he seemed to be handling the situation with ease, many of the monarchs' expressions changed. Although they knew that the skyless Divine Emperor was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. On this point, their comprehension was not as strong as the Fortune God dynasty's emperors. This was because the Fortune God dynasty had more emperors, and the battles between them were more frequent. Moreover, there were battles between the Fortune God dynasty's emperors in the Fortune God dynasty's emperors territory. Therefore, the Fortune God dynasty's emperor had experience fighting other emperors, and they had a clear understanding of the tyrannical strength of those truly powerful peak emperors. Therefore, they weren't surprised. However, the emperor lords were already the most tyrannical existences in the 10,000 worlds. Moreover, there was the existence of a group of emperor lords with Yi Shiwen as the core. The other emperor lords also restrained themselves and didn't attack each other. He was not ignorant of the gap between sovereign emperors. However, he clearly had not expected the gap to be this large. Even when the 3 of them joined forces, they still couldn't take down the Skyless Emperor. Not to mention that they couldn't take down the Skyless Emperor, it was difficult for them to even maintain a balance. The 3 of them joined forces, and still couldn't last more than 10 moves. They were already at a complete disadvantage. Emperor Wu, please wait a moment. I will go and help my fellow Taoists. At this time, Emperor Yuan stood up from his seat and also joined the battle. No matter what he originally thought, at this moment, the myriad heavens and myriad worlds were one. Although he wasn't a supreme being, he could still be considered a man of his word. Yi Mo and the others wouldn't join forces to pressure him for no reason. But if the celestial race succeeded, they would either have to die or submit. How could they be so free and unfettered? Moreover, with Yi Shiwen holding the line now, he only felt at ease. Now that he saw a rare enemy, he naturally wanted to fight. Emperor Yuan's cultivation was much weaker than the three of them. He was only in the third realm. But with the addition of an emperor lord, the pressure on the three of them who didn't dare to be distracted in the battle was reduced. But he soon understood why the three of them were still completely suppressed. It was too terrifying. A casual attack from the heavenly divine emperor forced him to use all his strength to resist. He even felt that every time he received a casual attack from the heavenly divine emperor, the blood in his body would boil and his body would explode. What was the gap? This was the gap. The others looked at Yi Shiwen again. Seeing that he had no intention of making a move, he just said, "Everyone who else wants to go up and experience the strength of the number one person in the heavenly race, feel free to come forward. I will hold the line for you. Don't worry." Of course, Yi Shiwen said this to the Emperor Lords. Those quasi-emperors couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the heavenly divine emperor's attack and would be directly swept into ashes. The strength of a peak emperor lord was not that simple. The strength of the heavenly divine emperor was not much weaker than the battle emperor when he was a peak emperor lord. It could be said that he was extremely tyrannical. The remaining emperor lords, Ice Emperor, Fire Cloud Emperor God, Tian Shou Dao Master, Hua Menghan, Yi Qianshan, and the others glanced at each other. Then the few of them flew out. Originally, it was not considered fair to fight against the heavenly divine emperor. But facing such a tyrannical heavenly divine emperor, there was no other way. Not to mention that they might not be able to fight against the heavenly divine emperor even if they joined forces. With Yi Shiwen holding the line for them, they felt a lot more at ease. Although he had not fought in front of them, they had heard of Yi Shiwen's valiant battle results. Thinking about it, he shouldn't be that much weaker than the heavenly divine emperor. This made them feel slightly relieved. With the addition of a few more emperor lords, they joined forces to besiege the heavenly divine emperor. Finally, the heavenly divine emperor could no longer act as he pleased. The situation gradually began to stabilize. Although the emperor lords were still at a disadvantage, they were no longer in danger of being defeated like before. Hiss, how terrifying! The heavenly divine emperor is so powerful. Many people gasped in disbelief. This was only the heavenly divine emperor alone. If the other emperor lords of the heavenly clan joined forces, they would have no chance of winning. No wonder the celestial race was so confident. This wasn't the same as the previous war against the heavens. The celestial race only had newly ascended emperor. This time, the emperors had come out in full force. Compared to the first and second war against the heavens, they weren't any weaker. However, the myriad heavens and myriad worlds weren't as strong as before. There was also a huge gap between Empyrean emperors. Today, they finally understood this thoroughly. Many people looked at Yi Shiwen. Now that Yi Shiwen had become the trump card of the myriad heavens realms, only Yi Shiwen could possibly fight against heavenless divine emperor. But was Yi Shiwen a match for the heavenly divine emperor? Many people began to feel a little weak. Although Yi Shiwen had displayed shocking techniques, the heavenly divine emperor's techniques were also shocking and unparalleled. Under such circumstances, who could say for sure that Yi Shiwen would win? Martial Emperor, you killed 2 emperor lords and 2 armies of the heavenly clan. Now that I'm here, you don't dare to attack? Suddenly, the heavenly divine emperor deflected the attacks of the other emperor lords and pointed his spear at Yi Shiwen. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen to see how he would respond. However, Yi Shiwen did not even bat an eyelid. He only said, "You are not worthy for me to attack. If I don't attack, you can live a little longer. If I attack, you won't even be able to last 3 moves." Arrogant. The heavenly divine emperor was furious when he heard Yi Shiwen looking down on him. He had a high position in the heavenly clan and lived like a prince for many years. Even the top experts of the myriad heavens did not dare to speak to him like this. No one dared to do so in the previous war of resistance against the heavens, let alone now. A monstrous, murderous aura erupted from his body and pointed at Yi Shiwen. However, it could not even break through the enchantment of the heavenly clan and dissipated directly. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. With his cultivation, his murderous aura was enough to break through the enchantment and formation set up by any emperor lord. However, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. His pupils shrank slightly. He could smell an aura from Yi Shiwen that was not easy to deal with. His intuition told him that this feeling could not be fake. However, before he could say anything, the other sovereign emperors attacked him again, although they did not pose a fatal threat to him. When their numbers increased to a certain extent, it was impossible for him to suppress them as easily as before. Yi Shiwen leaned against the back of the chair and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. He seemed to be waiting for something. His gaze swept across the group of emperor lords and saw a familiar figure. Her eyes were as bright as stars and contained so much affection. So many years had passed, but there was no change. It was just like the first time he saw her. At that time, the two of them had probably never imagined that they would one day fall into such a situation. That person was Ling Fei, who had come on behalf of the fallen angel clan. He was very clear about Ling Fei's feelings. It wasn't that he didn't know. However, he would have chosen to travel on the path of creation at that time. However, no one knew what was behind the path of creation. Under such circumstances, he wasn't willing to bring unknown harm to her. However, could he still pretend to be indifferent now that he had returned? He shifted his gaze and looked at the heavenly emperor in the starry sky. Then he shouted and said, "I have waited for so long, but the person behind you has not come out. It seems that he will not come out. I will kill you first in that case. Then I will go to your heavenly clan and meet him." Yi Shiwen's words made the heavenly emperor's entire body tense up. It seemed as if he had suddenly encountered a terrifying, ominous beast. He didn't know when Yi Shiwen had arrived in front of him before he could even react. Yi Shiwen had merely walked over step by step. However, it seemed as if the world was collapsing. Chapter 3650. Heaven Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of danger rose from the soles of his feet to his heart. He had attained the Tao for so many years, but he had never felt like this before. It was like an ant meeting a giant. The other party could easily trample him to death. How terrifying was this? It was like facing that lord. Is he already at that level? Heaven Emperor was drenched in cold sweat. How is this possible? Yi Shiwen was still approaching. Although his speed was not fast, it made his heart palpitate. Roar! Heaven Emperor roared. He did not know why he was feeling this way. Originally, he heard that Yi Shiwen had casually killed 2 celestial emperors. He came to take a look. He never thought that someone would reach that level. He knew that there was a limit in this realm. It was impossible to reach that level. Even he was no exception. Hence, he was only a peak celestial emperor. However, he did not expect Yi Shiwen to reach that level. He had surpassed the limit and become a heavenly lord. Yes, this was a term that he had been thinking about day and night. He wanted to surpass the limit for his entire life, and now he had met one. It was precisely because his cultivation had reached the point where he truly understood how terrifying this realm was. He tried his best to mobilize the magic power of his whole body and transformed it into a dreadful rainbow of light. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It poured into the long spear in his hand like a raging tide and blasted towards Yi Shiwen's face. He knew that it was too difficult to injure a heavenly lord. However, this was the only way to survive. It was too terrifying. Clang! A deafening roar erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. The terrifying shockwaves that swept towards the various sovereign emperors of the various worlds, causing them to scatter and scatter. What? He was hiding his strength. Many celestial emperors were in disbelief. Previously, they had used all their strength and thought that they could barely fight to a draw. Now, it seemed that Heaven Emperor had held back. And the reason was not difficult to guess, because he still had to hold back to deal with Yi Shiwen, who might attack. Although Yi Shiwen did not attack many times, every time he did, he shocked the heavens and earth. His shocking performance of casually killing 2 Tian clan emperors was unfathomable. Although he didn't know how strong Yi Shiwen was, he was obviously a super expert. With this in mind, Heavenly Emperor didn't dare to use his full strength. Although Yi Shiwen didn't make a move, he had restrained most of the Heavenless Divine Emperor's fighting strength. They thought that they could stop Heavenless Divine Emperor, but now that they thought about it, they were too naive. During this period of time, the Tian clan did not launch a large-scale attack because they wanted to consolidate their territory. Otherwise, with Heavenless Divine Emperor leading them, they would not be able to resist. Only now did they truly feel the terror of the Tian clan. Because of the few successes in resisting the heavens, they couldn't help but look down on the Tian clan from the bottom of their hearts. They only felt that the Tian clan was only SOO. But now, they understood that they were the ones who didn't know what was going on. They quickly looked at Yi Shiwen nervously. Could it be that Yi Shiwen couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack? Suddenly, they saw Yi Shiwen walking forward step by step, as if he wasn't affected by the attack at all. Impossible. Heavenless Divine Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen inexplicably. It was unbelievable. His full-strength attack couldn't even break through Yi Shiwen's defensive domain. It was like scratching an itch. Is the gap really that big? At this time, Yi Shiwen made a move. He raised his arm, and suddenly countless sword auras surrounded his arm, forming a towering treasure sword. Then he suddenly slashed down. Puchi! This sword slashed directly on Heavenless Divine Emperor's body. Heavenless Divine Emperor didn't even have time to scream. His entire body exploded, and even his spirit was destroyed. It was just a sword. A super expert who was insufferably arrogant and didn't care about the siege of all the Emperors just a moment ago was killed just like that. Now, all the Emperors truly witnessed what it meant to kill an Emperor in one move. Many Emperors were incomparably shocked. It seemed that there was no limit to Yi Shiwen. No matter what kind of expert the opponent was, be it the 5th realm, the 7th realm, or even the peak of the Emperor, he could kill them easily. At this time, they truly confirmed that Yi Shiwen had stepped into another level, a level that they only had a vague feeling about, but in fact, they had never seen it before. With this understanding as a foundation, even those who were most dissatisfied with Yi Shiwen didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Back then, Yi Shiwen was the strongest Emperor. Now, he had reached a point where everyone couldn't help but look up to him. In fact, they didn't even know how high he was standing. Many people couldn't help but feel emotional, especially Ice Emperor, Emperor Yuan, and the others. They also became Emperors after Yi Shiwen. At that time, Yi Shiwen was at the peak of the 3rd realm, and they were already at the 1st realm. Although there was still a gap, it was definitely not as big as now. At that time, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Shiwen to defeat them, and he would have to spend a lot of effort. But now it was only a difference of one strike. One strike was enough. It was enough to kill them. After understanding this point, the only bit of competitive spirit they had was gone. At the same time, their hearts began to burn with passion. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen went to the path of creation. Now that he had returned from the path of creation, and his strength had greatly improved to this level. What was in the path of creation? This undoubtedly made many people start to think, and their hearts began to burn with passion. Yi Shiwen had only left for tens of thousands of years, and he had already reached this level. If it were them, would they be able to do it? They all had different thoughts in their minds. Yi Shiwen didn't care about what these people thought. He collected the Emperor's body of Heavenless Divine Emperor and refined it into a puppet. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have this ability at all. The Emperor's body was the most precious divine material in the world, and it was impossible for him to refine it with his Emperor cultivation back then. But now that he could do it, he naturally had to leave more backup plans for the divine court because he was destined to not stay in the myriad heavens and realms. Just as Lucifer said, the pool of the myriad heavens and realms was too small to accommodate a real dragon like him. If he stayed here, he would feel the suppression of the heavenly Tao of the myriad heavens and realms, and even be repelled. Even his cultivation would be difficult to improve, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Everyone didn't say anything. They just quietly watched Yi Shiwen refine the puppet. They were secretly shocked by Yi Shiwen's amazing skills and methods. Refining a peak sovereign lord into a puppet was a terrifying method. They wouldn't even dare to think about it if they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes. The current Yi Shiwen was indeed above them in terms of cultivation, but they just didn't know what it was called. But they didn't know that the current Yi Shiwen wasn't just a little bit above them, but he had already left them far behind, and they couldn't even see the taillights. It didn't take long, just a little while, for Yi Shiwen had already refined the Emperor's body of heavenless divine Emperor into a puppet, and then he threw it into the depths of the divine court as a trump card of the divine court. If the situation became extremely bad, this puppet of heavenless divine Emperor, which was refined by him, would awaken and kill the invading enemies. This was also an absolute trump card to protect the divine court from falling. As long as he blocked the heavenly clan again, then no other forces would be able to threaten the existence of the divine court. Yi Shiwen stepped on an escape light and landed in the divine palace. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and followed him. They were no longer standing foolishly like before. May I ask, is it appropriate for us to continue to call you Martial Emperor? After everyone sat down, Ice Emperor took the lead and asked. They all knew that Yi Shiwen had now surpassed the sovereign realm, so the way they addressed him would definitely be different from before. Yi Shiwen glanced at them and said, "Above the sovereign realm is the heavenly master, and my current title over there is Martial Revered. Greetings, Martial Revered." At this moment, the few sovereign realm emperors who had no relationship with Yi Shiwen stood up and greeted him. They were different from Huamenghan, and Yi Qianqian was Yi Shiwen's wife, so they naturally didn't care. They were also different from Yi Mo, Yi Wudi, and young Kuan-Pang, who had gone through life and death with Yi Shiwen, so they naturally didn't care about these customs, because they knew that Yi Shiwen wouldn't care about such things. At this moment, they naturally knew, so they naturally couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. At this moment, Ice Emperor continued to ask, "Your Honor, tens of thousands of years ago, you left the myriad heavens for the path of creation. Now it seems that there are other mysteries on the path of creation?" At this moment, Ice Emperor continued to ask, "That's right, there are indeed other mysteries on the path of creation. It is connected to another world, the creation realm. At the same time, the creation realm is also the supreme plane of our martial epic." Yi Shiwen said. Speaking till here, he roughly explained some of the situation of the creation realm to the sovereign realm, and even involved the heavenly Tao, reincarnation, and many ancient matters. This caused the sovereign realm emperors to be overwhelmed with emotions, and they were extremely shocked. They were already supreme existences in the myriad heavens, but they didn't expect to be able to communicate with such a world through the path of creation, not to mention the concept and legend of the era reincarnation. In the face of the great destruction of the world, even the sovereign realm emperors couldn't completely protect themselves, and they might die. Although it felt very far away, it still gave them a kind of intense pressure. That was an even more exciting world, and they immediately yearned for it. Chapter 36:51. At their level of cultivation, it could be said that they had reached the pinnacle of the entire universe. Every step forward was very difficult. It felt like a real dragon tossing and turning in a pond. No matter how hard they tried, the pond was too small, and it was difficult to even turn over. It was not that they did not want to go further, but this world restricted them from going further. Yi Shiwen had experienced this feeling before, and now it was finally their turn. Back then, Yi Shiwen decided to leave the universe for the path of creation. Apart from the legendary creation, It was also because he had already reached the peak of the universe and could not go further. Originally, in their opinion, although it was difficult, they had no other choice. Since ancient times, everyone had been like this. In the past, those who had become emperors earlier than them also had to struggle here. Moreover, they had not even cultivated to the peak of the sovereign emperor realm. When they encountered a group of people, like the heavenless divine emperor, they could beat them up even if they wanted to. However, it still made them feel very embarrassed. Moreover, they were all so proud and arrogant. Although they did not say it out loud, they treated it as a great humiliation in their hearts. Even if there were various reasons, a loss was a loss. There was no need to argue. Now, Yi Shiwen's return had brought them a new possibility. The creation realm behind the path of creation, the supreme plane of the martial epic, the confrontation between the fortune god dynasty and the endless creatures of the outer domain, the fights between the martial epic and the many ancient epics, the life and death battles. All of these allowed them to see a wider world. They could not help but feel excited. It was a world where they could do whatever they wanted. In that world, the sovereign emperors were not even the strongest existences. Above the sovereign emperors were the heavenly venerables. This was undoubtedly a wake-up call for them, waking them up from their past glory. In this world, the universe was never the most unique, nor was it the supreme existence. Apart from the universe, there were actually other worlds. There were sovereign emperors from other worlds who had come to the creation realm through the path of creation. One could imagine how vast this world was. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen mentioned the existence of the other epics, which was completely different from the many martial techniques of the current martial epic. There were many laws, many brand new systems. It was like another world had opened up. Just listening to Yi Shiwen, they already felt their hot-bloodedness surge, yearning for it. So, there's actually such a mystery behind the path of creation. We've been short-sighted. Emperor Yuan cupped his hands and said, "If His Honor hadn't explained it to us today, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have known that there was another wonderful world until I died." Now, they were able to accept the fact that Yi Shiwen's strength was far above theirs. They knew that Yi Shiwen had entered the heavenly master realm. So, it was natural for them to call him senior. It doesn't matter. After all, everyone and I are just seeking the truth. It's just that I'm one step ahead. Yi Shiwen nodded slightly and said. He looked at Hua Menghan and Yi Qianqian. The two of them didn't say anything, but he knew that their yearning for each other for tens of thousands of years was no less than his own. However, the two of them were very independent women. They did not make it as obvious as Dawn. This was because Dawn only had herself in her world. As for Yi Qianqian and Hua Menghan, they had cleavages and lofty ambitions. They were more reserved in this aspect. Did something happen in the creation world for you to return this time? Hua Menghan suddenly asked. Her focus was different from the others. They were concerned about the wonderful and colorful world. But she was only concerned about whether Yi Shiwen had encountered any trouble in the creation world. In that world, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and the strong were as numerous as the rain. It definitely wouldn't be like the various worlds in the universe where no one could stop them. Yi Shiwen could feel the concern in Hua Menghan's words. So he faintly smiled. Did he encounter any trouble in the good fortune world? Of course, he encountered some trouble. He was attacked by Emperor Primordius on the road of good fortune, and he almost died. Then he entered the good fortune world and fought many life and death battles. Everything he had now was earned bit by him, but he wouldn't mention it because it was meaningless. He also didn't want his family to worry because of it. Nothing happened. I felt that the myriad worlds in the universe had changed. So I deliberately returned. Yi Shiwen said, "This time I can stay in the myriad worlds in the universe for 10 years. After 10 years, I will leave again. If any of you wants to leave with me, I can also take him with me. With everyone's ability, you can also establish your own sect in the creation world." Yi Shiwen had a new idea. It must be known that the human race had occupied a large territory at present. However, they didn't have enough top-level experts. If he brought these emperors to the creation god dynasty at this time, they would have no relatives or friends in the creation world. Moreover, they had come from the myriad worlds in the universe. So, they would naturally stand on the same side as him. When the time came, he could send them to the various major prefectures of the human race. It wouldn't matter even if they established a big sect. This was because in the 16 prefectures occupied by the human race, there were already some big sections. Moreover, in this territory dominated by the human race, if they established a big sect, most of the disciples they accepted could only be humans. At that time, the inheritance and knowledge of the human race would also be diverse. This was also a better direction for the future development of the human race. Of course, they could also use Yi Shiwen's convenience to establish a foothold in the creation god dynasty. So, this was actually a win-win plan. Both sides could obtain what they wanted in this plan. The emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, according to Yi Shiwen, the environment in the creation god dynasty was more suitable for emperors to display their skills. Although the emperors weren't as invincible and supreme as the myriad worlds in the creation world, they could still be said to be high and mighty experts, especially when most of the heavenly venerables were comprehending the heavenly Tao and wouldn't easily take action. In fact, they were the rulers of the entire creation world. Take the human race, for example. Although Yi Shiwen was currently supreme, he usually didn't manage the affairs of the human race. Everything was handled by Bian Xiaoya, the human emperor, the sky-shaking thunder emperor, and the others. Their wills decided all the big and small matters of the human race. Moreover, if they fought alone, it would inevitably be dangerous. But now that Yi Shiwen was here, they could rely on Yi Shiwen's strength to establish a foothold there, display their skills, spread their big sects, and comprehend a higher great Tao. With the help of Yi Shiwen, who was also a supreme, heavenly venerate in the creation world, the risks they faced would also be greatly reduced. They only felt that Yi Shiwen was already a heavenly venerate, so he was naturally very strong. But they didn't know that Yi Shiwen was already a splendid person in the creation god dynasty, not to mention among the emperors. Even among the heavenly venerables, he was already one of the few supreme people. So now we have 10 years for everyone to prepare. When the time comes, I can take those who are willing to leave with me. Yi Shiwen said. Of course, he was talking about the emperors. As for those quasi-emperors, he had no interest in taking them with him. Although in the myriad heavens and realms, they were already the top experts, second only to the emperors. In the creation god dynasty, there were as many of these experts as one wanted. The emperors could still establish a big sect in the creation god dynasty. But these quasi-emperors had no guarantee at all. They could become cannon fodder and die tragically at any time. Moreover, if they were all taken away, the inheritance of the myriad heavens and realms would be cut off. This was also a situation that Yi Shiwen didn't want to see. The emperors calculated for a while. Although 10 years was very tight, it was still enough for them to explain many things clearly. They could leave behind their own insights and experiences, and at the same time arrange various personnel and leave behind a backup plan for their own big sect. These were enough. According to what you said, could it be that there are also heavenly venerables in the Tian race? At this time, Yi Qianqian asked. She was dressed in an imperial robe and was incomparably beautiful. Among the many emperors present, she was not inferior in the slightest. She cultivated the law of death. In the past few days, Yi Shiwen had sorted out many of the insights he had gained from watching the death of an era and handed them to her. In addition, Yi Shiwen had restored the shocking scene of the destruction of an era. In just a few days, Yi Qianqian had gained a lot of insights. Her realm that had been stagnant for a long time had also shown signs of improvement. It seemed that among these people, she would be the first to break into the sixth realm. With this insight of the death of an era, she could even go into closed-door cultivation to reach the peak of the emperor realm without stopping. In addition to her, the The Phoenix Nirvana technique that Hua Menghan cultivated also involved the law of death. In death there was life, and in life there was death. Every nirvana was the process of going from death to life. But in the end, she was not like Yi Qianqian, who specialized in the law of death. Although she had gained a lot, she still needed some time to break through to the sixth realm. However, this insight was also of great significance to her. It saved her more than tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation. The emperors heard this and looked at Yi Shiwen. From Yi Shiwen's previous introduction, they all knew that in the myriad heavens, some powerful races had heavenly venerables. They were known as strong races. Only then could they produce a steady stream of emperors. This was similar to the current situation of the Tian race. Yes, I already knew this after I came back. The destiny of the Tian race is exuberant. Even if they occupy any paradise, it is impossible to reach this point. Moreover, they have been exiled to a distant dimension. They don't have such conditions at all. There is only one possibility. There is someone in their race who controls the destiny. He should also be a heavenly venerable. Yi Shiwen said, I thought he would come, so I did make a move. But obviously he is too arrogant. But it doesn't matter. Since he won't come, I will go to his door and meet him. Chapter 3652. When Yi Shiwen confirmed that there was indeed a heavenly master in the heavenly clan, many emperors were frightened. After all, heavenly masters and emperors were two completely different existences. Just by looking at Yi Shiwen's amazing combat power, one could speculate that. In addition, Yi Shiwen said that emperors could use the rules to the extreme, and heavenly masters could modify the rules. This was very terrifying. Many people could increase their strength by several times in their own divine kingdom, because they could use all the rules at will. However, they could not reach that level. If the heavenly clan had a heavenly master, then it would be terrible. If Yi Shiwen could not solve it, it would undoubtedly become a trouble for the entire universe. No matter how many times they sealed the other emperors of the heavenly clan, they could not stop the heavenly clan from coming out again. Moreover, without a heavenly master like Yi Shiwen, how could the universe resist? Yi Shiwen was also very doubtful about this. The heavenly race definitely had heavenly master level experts. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many Emperor King level experts to appear in a race. Whether it was the dragon, phoenix, Qilin, or the demon race, or the human race that later became the overlords. Although they all had many Emperor Kings, they were far inferior to the heavenly race. Without a heavenly master to control the destiny, how could it be to this point? Yi Shiwen could feel the role of destiny more and more after he became the Eastern Celestial Lord. It didn't seem to exist, but it was omnipresent. It was the sum of many factors. It seemed illusory, but it actually existed. The existence of a heavenly master could bring unimaginable destiny to his clan, and bring the existence of many emperors. However, although he didn't know why an Empyrean would appear in the celestial race, since there was an Empyrean, then it wouldn't be difficult to conquer the myriad heavens. However, the result was that the celestial race was defeated several times and banished to a distant dimension. No matter how one looked at it, something that was not normal had actually happened. But no matter what the reason was, it did not matter. When he personally went to investigate, he would know the reason. After a brief explanation, Yi Shiwen let these heavenly masters return to their respective sects, gather the troops, and prepare to expel the heavenly clan. As for him, he planned to head to the sealed area to investigate and see what kind of unforeseen event had caused the Tian clan to escape this time. After the emperors left, Yi Shiwen left Yi Wudi and the others behind. In the depths of the divine court under the world tree, several people gathered together. This was the first time they had gathered together after Yi Shiwen's departure. It had been tens of thousands of years since the last time they had gathered like this. It felt as if a lifetime had passed since then, although everyone's appearance hadn't changed. They all understood that the changes in each other had become greater as time passed. I really didn't expect you to improve so much after entering the path of creation. I originally thought that I would be able to catch up to you a little over the years, but in the end, I was even further behind." Yi Wudi sighed with emotion. After seeing Yi Shiwen in action, he understood that the gap between the two sides had widened and hadn't decreased. Exactly, he's getting stronger and stronger. Is the Heavenly Master Realm really that terrifying? Young Kuan Peng, who had now become a demon master, said emotionally, in terms of background and aptitude, he was actually the strongest among these people. However, it was Yi Shiwen who had the most ordinary background, who had gone the furthest in the end. Now that he thought about it, many things were unpredictable. All right, don't be emotional about this. I plan to go to the creation realm with him. Are you guys coming? Yi Mo asked. Of course I'm going. You've made it sound so interesting. How can I not go? Yi Wudi said immediately. The others nodded one after another. No emperor could resist that kind of temptation. I think the others will go too. Each inheritance has no emperor to oversee it, so it's back to the same starting line. It doesn't matter anymore. Yi Wudi said after some thought. The other sovereign emperors would probably follow along. Everyone would return to the same starting line, just like many years ago. It didn't matter. On the contrary, the divine court would have the sovereign emperor puppet refined by Yi Shiwen. So, the divine court would have the advantage and strength as before. Even if another emperor appeared in the heavens, he would not be a match for this emperor puppet. This was because this emperor puppet was refined by a peak emperor. Yi Qianqian and Hua Menghan would definitely follow Yi Shiwen to the creation god dynasty. Yi Shiwen had returned this time to bring his relatives to the creation god dynasty. Since no one has any objections, then I won't say anything more. I'll go to the sealed land first. Since we're going to solve the problem of the heavenly race, we should do it as soon as possible. Undue delay may bring trouble, Yi Shiwen said. Suddenly, a beautiful figure stepped on the golden light and entered this secret space from the distant horizon at this time. Everyone present here was a sovereign emperor whose strength far surpassed her. However, she didn't show the slightest bit of cowardice. The person who came was none other than Ling Fei. The other emperors looked at each other and left tacitly. They knew something about Yi Shiwen and Ling Fei. Even Yi Qianqian and Hua Menghan didn't want to stay at this time. It seemed as if she had been mulling over this for a long time. Ling Fei bit her red lips, and her pair of beautiful eyes firmly looked at Yi Shiwen as she said, "Take me away!" "All right." Yi Shiwen nodded and softly replied. He then pulled Ling Fei into his embrace. These two simple sentences contained the feelings of friendship between the two of them. Only the two of them knew about the feelings of friendship. They had interacted with each other in their youth. However, they were different now. Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen had organized an alliance and declared war on the heavenly race. This news spread throughout the heavens overnight. Even the heavenly race was aware of it. All the races in the heavens cheered. Finally, the heavens had a backbone, a core that could lead them to victory. Especially in the alliance meeting, Yi Shiwen had killed the strongest expert of the heavenly race, the heavenly emperor. His might had shocked the world. Countless people cried out in surprise. The day of the heavenly race's destruction was just an ordinary day. Even the strongest expert of the heavenly race couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen in one move, let alone the others. Different from the races in the heavens who were cheering, the heavenly race was mourning. For them, the heavenly emperor was their pillar and core. His status was equal to Yi Shiwen's in the heavens. Now that their pillar of support was dead, they felt that the legend in their hearts had collapsed. Especially at a time like this, when the war between the two sides was in full swing, and their pillar of support had been killed. No matter how confident they were in the Tian clan, they felt that their future was bleak. At this time, Yi Shiwen's decree spread throughout the heavens. He wanted all the races in the heavens to lead their armies to the divine court to prepare for the final battle with the heavenly race. They wanted to defeat the heavenly race thoroughly. If it was before, everyone would have doubted it. But now, Yi Shiwen had killed many emperors of the heavenly race. He had established supreme prestige. No one doubted this possibility. Facing the mobilization of the armies of the heavenly race immediately mobilized their troops. They opposed the armies of the heavenly race and didn't give in at all. At this time, the sealed area was already in a state of panic. The news of Yi Shiwen killing the emperors of the celestial race had already spread here. Everyone here was the most elite of the celestial race army, but they still felt scared. That kind of power was beyond their imagination. It was beyond their understanding. Now, all kinds of armies surrounded the sealed land. Barriers and arrays were all opened. They were afraid of Yi Shiwen's sneak attack. But as the saying goes, what you fear will happen. On this day, a figure brought along a sky full of purple chi, traversing the universe and arriving at the sealed area. The arrival of this figure immediately made the entire sealed land feel like it was facing a great enemy, because it didn't take much to guess who dared to attack the sealed land at this time. Rumble! Countless beams of light that were as thick as mountains swept across the sky, directly sweeping towards this figure. There were also countless powers of laws distorting the void, transforming into a terrifying attack that swept towards the universe, almost shattering the universe. But even under such circumstances, the figure didn't suffer any damage. He still arrived at the sealed land. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited place. He didn't care about the millions of elites of the heavenly race guarding here at all. Go, kill him. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. Fight, don't let him get close. Many elites of the heavenly race roared. They who were forced into a dead end tried their best to attack. Although they knew that it might be useless, it was the only way to make them feel less afraid. But then they saw an incomparably terrifying scene. This figure didn't attack, but wherever he looked, the heavenly race army turned into light rainbows and dissipated between heaven and earth. They disappeared completely, as if they had never existed in the world. The sky was no longer there. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly race army turned into light rainbows and disappeared. Martial Emperor, you are too arrogant. How dare you attack here? A loud roar was heard. Then, a figure rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It was a sovereign emperor of the heavenly race. Even though he knew that he was no match for Yi Shiwen, he still had to fight. But he probably never thought that it wasn't as simple as not being a match for Yi Shiwen. The figure only raised his hand and turned into a streak of sword rainbow that slashed down. The emperor monarch screamed miserably and was slashed into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He was no different from the ordinary Tian clan elites. He couldn't even block a single move. Human Martial Emperor is here. Those who surrender will not be killed. Chapter 36:53. Yi Shiwen's loud shout shook the entire sealed area. Countless enchantments and arrays were turned into nothingness under his loud shout. The elites of the heavenly race who were hiding inside were sent flying one after another. There were even a few celestial emperor lords. They were all hiding in the dimension. They were originally cultivating in seclusion, but now they were forced out by Yi Shiwen. They all saw how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Even the powerful celestial emperor lords could be killed with one strike. Even the powerful skyless divine emperor didn't use a second move. But they had already been forced to this point. They had no choice. According to Yi Shiwen's rampage, he would definitely break through the enchantment outside the forest. That was the lair of the entire celestial clan. If Yi Shiwen rushed in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, they could no longer calm down. If Yi Shiwen disturbed that person, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do it! Seal the spatial rift. One of the celestial emperors roared. He wanted to seal the spatial rift and banish the connection point. This way, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to find the base camp of the celestial clan behind the distant dimension. Although they would undoubtedly die, they had no other choice. If they died, the celestial clan would suffer heavy losses. but they wouldn't perish. However, if Yi Shiwen killed his way into the Celestial Clan's lair, even the Celestial Clan would be destroyed. No matter how they fought openly and secretly, they wanted to fight for more resources and become the #1 person in the Celestial Clan. However, at this time, they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Yi Shiwen admired this kind of spirit. He had to kill when he had to. The hero of the other side was his enemy. Roar! One of the Celestial Emperors directly transformed into his original form, a monstrous, ferocious beast with a body length of tens of millions of miles. This ferocious beast raised its front claws and slammed down at Yi Shiwen, trying to stop Yi Shiwen. The other 2 Celestial Emperors flew to the spatial rift and were about to banish it to an unknown place. They had worked hard to break through the seal and return to the myriad realms. But now they had to be banished to the spatial rift for survival. One could imagine how conflicted they were. However, they had no other choice at this time. Boom! With an incomparably loud bang, the crowd clearly saw that the front claw of the ferocious beast that had smashed down suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. The ferocious beast roared in pain. However, at the next moment, a beam of sword light pierced through the head of the beast, which was millions of miles long and covered the entire universe. With just one strike, this Tian Clan Emperor who had transformed into a vicious beast had already died tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands. It was too simple. There was no difficulty at all. At this time, the 2 Emperor Lords had joined forces to banish the crack. Just as it was about to disappear in front of them, they saw Yi Shiwen's big hand suddenly grabbing the crack. The crack actually went against the flow and was caught by Yi Shiwen. His power was too terrifying. Even though he was restricted by the heavenly Tao of the universe, it still far exceeded the imagination of these Imperial Emperors. When the 2 Imperial Emperors saw that the crack that they had banished together was actually pulled back by Yi Shiwen, they couldn't help but stare angrily at Yi Shiwen. The 2 Imperial Emperors flew up directly, wanting to stop Yi Shiwen's advance. However, for Yi Shiwen it was useless. On his body, there was a myriad of brilliance, and the martial saint seal flew out from the top of his head, blooming with hundreds of millions of rays of light. Almost instantly, the 2 Imperial Emperors were sent flying. Then, the rays of light fell like divine whips, killing the 2 Imperial Emperors on the spot. The 2 Imperial Emperors were killed on the spot, turning into a sky full of blood that sprayed everywhere. The elites of the Tian clan were even more dumbfounded. They saw the 4 Imperial Emperors attack, but in fact they couldn't even block a single move from Yi Shiwen, let alone stop him. Even if they weren't afraid of death usually, they couldn't withstand the shock of such a terrifying battle record. Being unafraid of death meant dying meaningfully. Now that they were in front of Yi Shiwen, there was only a dead end. They couldn't even hurt a single hair of Yi Shiwen. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen walked into the crack and arrived at the lair of the Tian clan. This was not the first time Yi Shiwen had come here. The last time he had come here was tens of thousands of years ago. But now he could see through the entire Tian clan's lair with a single glance. This was the endless primal chaos, but someone had used a great magical power to fix it in this primal chaos, creating a world of its own. Originally, he didn't realize it at that time, but now he thoroughly understood that to achieve such a level, it was impossible for someone below the Heavenly Master level, and even not an ordinary Heavenly Master level could do it. This endless chaos was very far away from the heavens. Even Yi Shiwen's divine sense couldn't perceive the existence of any world. It was naturally extremely difficult to survive in this kind of place. No wonder the celestial race desperately wanted to return to the heavens. It was because this was the only place where they could find the coordinates. However, no matter how he understood it, the two sides were now in completely different camps. And in the center of the world, constructed by the entire Tian clan's base, a faintly discernible, powerful aura instantly attracted Yi Shiwen's attention. There really is a heavenly master. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered with a terrifying light. The last time he came, he only felt the Imperial Emperors. He didn't feel the existence of heavenly masters because the difference in strength between them was too great. It would be strange if he could feel the existence of heavenly masters. At this time, the news of Yi Shiwen breaking into the sealed land and coming to the Tian clan's base had spread throughout the Tian clan's base. Countless elite auras soared into the sky, trying to stop Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen glanced at them without even lifting his eyelids. He didn't even feel the slightest threat. Instead, he directly released his own aura. Boom! The unique aura that belonged to a heavenly master erupted, instantly covering the entire continent of the Tian clan's base. Countless creatures on the entire continent almost instinctively knelt down, trembling, not even daring to move. What a terrifying power this was! It was as if the heavens were angry and had descended their own wrath. And at the same time, in the depths of the continent, an equally tyrannical aura was awakened. It dispersed Yi Shiwen's aura that shrouded the continent and confronted Yi Shiwen's aura from a distance. "Who is it? How dare you break into my territory? I think you are courting death." An old but powerful voice came from the Tian clan's continent. It confronted Yi Shiwen, not giving way. Then a figure flew out from the Tian clan's continent and confronted Yi Shiwen from a distance. At this time, Yi Shiwen could see that it was a man who was full of rotten aura. Rotten flesh had covered his entire body, and even his original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be surprised. With the recovery ability of a heavenly master, it could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Now, this man's body was still rotten, and even the recovery ability of a heavenly master couldn't cure it. One could imagine what kind of serious injuries he had suffered. At this time, Yi Shiwen instantly understood why the Tian clan was exiled several times by the heavens, even though there was a heavenly master presiding over it. Although there was a heavenly master presiding over it, the heavenly master was in a state of serious injuries. He might be in a state of closed-door cultivation all year round and couldn't attack at any time. This time, the Tian clan was able to return to the heavens because this heavenly master took action and broke the seal. Otherwise, with the many seals in the sealed land, even if the emperor of the Tian clan wanted to break it, it was unknown how many years it would take. The man also saw Yi Shiwen, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Especially when he saw Yi Shiwen, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "You are that martial emperor. From the looks of it, you have returned from the Fortune realm." He recognized Yi Shiwen. This time he only knew that the Tian clan had been sealed again after his recovery, and the person who sealed them tens of thousands of years ago was this martial emperor. It was only later that he heard that the martial emperor had gone to the Fortune realm road, but he didn't expect to see him again. Yi Shiwen's pupils shrank slightly because he had heard about the Fortune realm and not the Fortune realm road. This person obviously knew about the existence of the Fortune realm, and not just the Fortune realm road. "I didn't expect that someone could return from the Fortune realm." The man looked at Yi Shiwen and said in amazement. It seemed that he had never expected Yi Shiwen to return from the Fortune realm road, because those who went there shouldn't be able to return. If you can come from the Fortune realm, why can't I come from the Fortune realm? If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Fortune realm, said Yi Shiwen. With the perfection of the great way of the heavens and realms, it should be impossible for a celestial master to appear, but you still appeared. You're really powerful. It wasn't difficult for Yi Shiwen to guess that this should be the old ancestor of the Tian clan, the big boss behind the entire Tian clan. The Tian clan could be invincible in the heavens and realms, and they relied on such an old ancestor. Therefore, for a long time, even the dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants, which were native to the heavens and realms, had no choice but to submit to the authority of the Tian clan, and they were ordered around by them, until the first war of resistance against the heavens. Now, Yi Shiwen's thoughts were straightened out, including the history before the first war of resistance against the heavens. Although he didn't know how the Tian clan came to the heavens and realms through the Fortune realm road, after arriving here, the Tian clan quickly relied on their terrifying strength to rule the heavens and realms. Countless races could only tremble under their shadow, and they were finally driven away from the heavens and realms after the two war of resistance against the heavens. Chapter 3654. There was no doubt that the Celestial clan was very powerful. Even if this heavenly master was not included, there was no clan in the entire universe that could compare to them. This kind of terrifying strength still made the universe tremble at the mention of the Celestial clan. Therefore, even if the Celestial clan was beaten back, sealed, and exiled again and again, every time they made a comeback, there would be many clans that would come and join them. The impact they had caused was too deep. Fortune realm? I haven't heard of this word for a long time. The Celestial clan ancestor, whose face was covered in rotten flesh, had a nostalgic look on his face. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Fortune realm after leaving it for so many years. What's more, I didn't expect you to be able to come back. It's really unexpected. I never expected that there would be someone like you hidden in the Celestial clan. No wonder the Celestial clan is so powerful. It was only after entering the Fortune realm that I understood what kind of conditions were needed to reach the level of the Celestial clan. A heavenly master, said Yi Shiwen. You are indeed outstanding. If I remember correctly, you should have come here tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, I only felt your aura for a moment. I didn't expect that you would grow to this level in just tens of thousands of years. I should have killed you back then, said the Celestial clan ancestor. His voice was old, but it was sonorous and powerful like the sound of metal. So you discovered it back then? But that's right. With your strength, even if you were in seclusion, your divine sense should have enveloped this continent. You can wake up at any time. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, if it were him, he would not really go into seclusion because the danger was too high. If he was ambushed by others, he wouldn't even know how he died. Heavenly masters were indeed very strong, but as long as they weren't supreme existences like the Fortune heavenly monarch, who possessed absolute strength, they couldn't really relax. Indeed, but I didn't take you seriously at that time. At that time, you didn't even have the qualifications to wake me up from my slumber. Now that I think about it, I should have killed you in the cradle earlier. The Celestial clan ancestor couldn't help but sigh. He clearly regretted not killing Yi Shiwen in time. But most of the time, a missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. Even the Celestial Master couldn't really reverse time. The so-called reversal of time could only be used in a certain region. It was impossible to truly reverse the time of a great era. This was something that not even the Fortune creation heavenly monarch could do. If someone at this level could do it, then there wouldn't have been so many eras that had fallen since ancient times. This was the supreme power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, you don't have such an opportunity now. This proves that you don't have such luck. The heavenly race should be finished today, Yi Shiwen said. This place shouldn't be a place for the Tian clan to stay in, but you insisted on forcefully placing the Tian clan here. If I'm not wrong, you should have been injured by someone, and when you arrived in the myriad heavens realm, you were even suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Yi Shiwen's eyes were deep and bright like stars. It was as if he could see through the fog of time and see the Celestial clan ancestor who had come here in a sorry state. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, many years have passed. All these years, I haven't made a move. Other than because of my injuries, the most important reason is the suppression of the heavenly Tao. If I forcefully use the power of a Celestial Master, I will attract the backlash of the heavenly Tao. I have already done it once, and the consequences of the backlash are still there. I believe you have also felt it, the Celestial clan ancestor said. Saying so much, are you trying to buy time? Yi Shiwen said. He could see through the intentions of the Celestial race old ancestor at a glance. The Celestial race old ancestor's injuries were too heavy, and he was too old. Being old was simply an inconceivable thing for a Celestial Master. However, if he was seriously injured and could no longer preserve his body, then that was another matter. In this state, If the celestial clan ancestor wanted to mobilize his magic power, recover from his injuries, and fight with Yi Shiwen, he would have to spend a lot of time to recover to his peak. However, it was still seen through by Yi Shiwen, the celestial clan ancestor side. But at this time the magic power in his body was clearly much stronger than before. Only then did he have the courage to deal with Yi Shiwen. If he was at his peak, he would not need to play these small tricks at all. He would dare to fight any kind of strong enemy. But now he had to use this method to increase his chances of winning. The saddest thing was that he was not at his peak, but he had met an opponent who was at his peak. Indeed, you may not understand. The celestial clan ancestor looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "If you retreat now, we may not have to fight." "I don't care what your plans are. I will give you a chance. If you return to the fortune world with me, there will be no direct threat to the heavens. I can give your celestial clan a way out." Yi Shiwen said, although he was decisive in killing, he was never a murderous person. He was not a homicidal maniac. The celestial clan ancestor sighed and said, "I can't go back with you. This has become my last place of retirement. I have an incomparably great enemy in the fortune world. If I go back, I'm afraid I won't be able to live." At this time, a trace of nostalgia flashed in the eyes of the celestial clan ancestor. He seemed to think of the days when he traveled the world. He was an illustrious existence in the fortune world. However, later on, he offended an incomparably great enemy and was seriously injured. He had no choice but to move his clan and think of ways to escape to the heavens. This was undoubtedly a pain in his heart. When he thought of that incomparably great enemy, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He was afraid of being beaten by that incomparably great enemy. "In that case, I will refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although I am not willing to kill the celestial clan, in order to avoid future troubles, there is no other way. I have done something like letting a tiger return to the mountain. I will not do it a second time." Yi Shiwen slightly sneered. "Do you really want to do this? If you force me to a dead end and sublimate to the peak, you won't be able to live either." The celestial clan ancestor looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, but his eyes became more and more resolute, "I won't be able to live either. Are you so confident?" Yi Shiwen said, "After all, you are a junior. You don't know my power. I'm afraid that if I say my real name, you will be scared away." The celestial clan ancestor said, "Although I have fallen, not anyone can casually bully me. Ha ha ha, will I be afraid? Even the Moon City Lord almost died in my hands. Can your card be bigger than the Moon City Lord's?" Yi Shiwen said with a laugh, "Since you are so aggressive, then don't blame me for being impolite." When the heavenly race old ancestor heard that Yi Shiwen had severely injured the Moon City Lord, his pupils shrank. Although he had been in the myriad heavens for many years, he still remembered many things in the Fortune God dynasty. He was also very clear about what kind of existence the Fortune God dynasty's Moon City Lord was. If this matter was true, then Yi Shiwen was terrifying. However, at this time he was forced to a dead end. What choice did he have? As soon as the celestial clan ancestor finished speaking, endless strange phenomena appeared around his body. Then he stepped into the primal chaos. Yi Shiwen also followed him into the primal chaos. He did not want to start a massacre here. In the end, he was not cold-blooded to that extent. Suddenly, the Tian clan patriarch took out a long saber from the void and instantly slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Its speed was extremely fast. As if time had stopped, the saber light traversed 1,000,000 miles, directly slashing in front of Yi Shiwen's face. Fast! 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 This blade already contained the profound meaning of time. It truly displayed the cultivation of the celestial clan ancestor. It was truly terrifying. However, Yi Shiwen's reaction wasn't slow at all. He pinched a seal with one hand and clenched the 5 fingers of his other hand into a fist. His fist turned into a mountain-like huge fist and welcomed the blade light head-on. Clang! A loud explosion came from the point of collision between the fist and the blade light. It was as if gold and iron were clashing against each other, causing the entire universe to tremble. Many of the experts from the Tian clan who were far away felt as if their souls had almost left their bodies. Dang, dang, dang! The Tian clan ancestor took a few steps back before he was able to completely remove the huge force. He felt a burst of air in his chest, and his blood and qi were not smooth. In the end, he was still old and could not be compared to when he was at his peak. At this time, when he met Yi Shiwen, who had a blood and qi that was not inferior to his peak and was even more tyrannical, he immediately revealed his true form and suffered a loss the moment he came up. Compared to him, Yi Shiwen only swayed his body slightly, and then he completely released all of his strength. It was clear who won and who lost, and who was stronger and who was weaker. In terms of qi and blood and physical body cultivation, Yi Shiwen had an overwhelming advantage. At this time, the seal on one of his hands had already formed. He was multitasking, and at the same time he formed a martial saint seal that was emitting a 7-colored light. Martial saint seal. The seal of the martial saint seal combined with the heavenly sovereign Tao artifact, martial saint seal, fiercely smashed down, directly smashing onto the Tian clan ancestor's body. The Tian clan ancestor felt that Yi Shiwen had pounced in front of him in an instant and was unable to resist at all. In the end, he had overestimated his own recovery rate and underestimated Yi Shiwen's strength. It was simply too terrifying, and with just a single strike, he had already been severely injured. Bam! The Tian clan ancestor was directly hit, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his entire body was sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. His bones and flesh flew everywhere, and he was severely injured in a single strike. On the Tian clan continent, many experts cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened in anger. Chapter 3655. After all, the Sky Clan ancestor was old. His vitality could no longer be compared to before. Now that he was facing a young and strong person like Yi Shiwen, the gap was immediately apparent. The recovery speed of a heavenly master's vitality was also rare in the world. However, it also depended on the situation. Obviously, under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen had the upper hand. Buzz! Above Yi Shiwen's head, the martial honor seal appeared. Countless rainbows scattered in all directions, constantly emitting the aura of martial arts. Then, it suddenly smashed towards the Sky Clan ancestor. The Sky Clan ancestor also let out a roar. The heavenly master Tao saber in his hand suddenly flew out, emitting the vibrating sound of the great Tao. It collided with Yi Shiwen's martial honor seal. For a moment, he actually couldn't gain the upper hand. Golden body of virtue. Virtue Tao artifact. The Tian clan old ancestor looked at the golden light of virtue emitted by Yi Shiwen's body and the golden light of virtue emitted by the revered martial seal. His eyes almost popped out. His saber had been refined for many years. It was also one of the top heavenly master Tao artifacts. After all, with his cultivation, he could continuously obtain the top divine materials. Although they were both heavenly master Tao artifacts, there would be differences between heavenly master Tao artifacts depending on the strength of their owners. Right now, Yi Shiwen's martial honor seal was already a top Tao artifact because it was cast with the aura of virtue. Among the many heavenly venerate Tao artifacts, the merit Tao artifact was undoubtedly the best. Even before heavenly venerate creation had attained the Tao, the creation universe map might not be able to match the power of the martial venerate seal. What made his eyeballs almost pop out was the golden light of virtue that was radiating from Yi Shiwen's body. This was the golden body of virtue. There were thousands and thousands of completely different body refining methods in the world. The heavenly master Tao body that was cultivated was also different. However, There was no doubt that the golden body of virtue was one of the strongest among them. But to cultivate the golden body of virtue, the power of virtue needed was simply unimaginable. It was simply necessary to save the world in order to complete the cultivation of the golden body of virtue. This was a Tao body mode that he had never thought of before. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen had transformed his own Tao tool into a virtuous Tao tool while cultivating the virtuous golden body. How many times had he saved the world to obtain so many merits? He didn't know what kind of earth-shattering changes had happened to the fortune realm while he was away for it to become like this. However, he understood very well that Yi Shiwen was only at the 7th realm. But with the help of the golden body of virtue, even if he encountered a master of the 8th realm, he would not be afraid and would not be defeated. Yi Shiwen chased after him again. Although he didn't have the martial venerable seal, he simply clenched his fist and blasted out a shocking power. The entire universe trembled because of his fist. The Tian clan old ancestor had lived a powerful life, and it was unknown how many powerful enemies he had faced. At this time, facing Yi Shiwen, even if he wasn't a match for him, he didn't hesitate at all and similarly punched out. Bang! The Tian clan old ancestor screamed miserably as his entire arm instantly exploded. In the head-on collision with Yi Shiwen, he suffered a great loss. His physical cultivation was Yi Shiwen's greatest reliance. In this domain, Yi Shiwen had already walked in front of most heavenly venerables. In this domain, although I am not unparalleled, I have already walked my own path. Do you still want to compete with me? Yi Shiwen was unparalleled. His black hair fluttered and fell on his shoulders. He was like a demon god, unparalleled in strength. As soon as his voice fell, his fist had already landed on the Tian clan old ancestor at a speed faster than the speed of light. The Tian clan old ancestor screamed miserably as a flower of blood burst out of his body. Old ancestor. Seeing their own old ancestor being beaten to such a state by Yi Shiwen, many of the heavenly race on the heavenly race continent roared in anger, tears streaming down their faces. The old ancestor was so old, yet he was bullied to such an extent. It seemed to confirm the decline of the heavenly race. Their most glorious time had passed, and the current world was no longer the kind of situation that they understood. The Tian clan old ancestor was sent flying like a meteor. He flew backwards at high speed. His body almost exploded. Yi Shiwen's fist was too terrifying. With the golden body of virtue, a casual punch from him was comparable to an heavenly venerable Tao artifact, exploding. Yi Shiwen was expressionless. He had already given the other party a chance, but the old ancestor still did not appreciate it. The two sides had already reached the point where only one of them could survive. At this time, he naturally would not be soft-hearted, but he still felt a little emotional. The Tian clan old ancestor was past his prime. Although he did not know the true identity of the Tian clan old ancestor in the fortune realm, he was still a giant. But such a character had now fallen to such a state. Revered Wu, you have forced me to this point. I will also drag you down with me. I will let you experience all the pain I once experienced. The Tian clan old ancestor roared. He had been forced into a corner by Yi Shiwen, and there was not much time left for him. He had finally ascended. There was no other way. He was a seriously injured person. At this point, there was no other way. Boom! A terrifying magic power erupted from the Tian clan old ancestor's body. Tao laws burst forth, emitting billions of strands of immortal light. The Tian clan old ancestor's body became tall and straight, becoming terrifying. The 9th realm. The Tian clan old ancestor was actually a master of the 9th realm. It was just that he had been trapped by his injuries and had no way to erupt with sufficient combat power. You are in the 9th realm? Yi Shiwen asked. That's right. I haven't felt this kind of unobstructed blood flow for a long time. But since you have forced me to this point, you will undoubtedly die. Now I will kill you, swallow your flesh and great Tao laws, and use the power of virtue in your body to suppress my injuries. I can still survive." The Tian clan old ancestor's aura soared into the sky, as if he had returned to the feeling of his peak. He looked down on the world, invincible. The old ancestor has recovered. This is the true old ancestor. Many Tian clan masters watched with tears in their eyes. There were not many of them, but they were all old antiques and old monsters that had existed since the Tian clan was still in the Fortune Realm. These people had experienced countless years and thought that they would never see the rise of the old ancestor again. They did not expect to see the Tian clan old ancestor return to his peak and be in high spirits. Originally, the two of us did not have to fight to the death, but since you want to use my head as a stepping stone, then be prepared to be killed by me." The Tian clan old ancestor's strength had recovered, and his confidence had also recovered. He looked mighty and was the most powerful person in the world. "I know that although you are only in the 7th realm, your true combat power, combined with all these, should be the strength of the 8th realm. But in front of my peak strength, you still have no chance of winning. The 9th realm is indeed terrifying," Yi Shiwen said, "but how many moves can you withstand? And you are wrong about one thing. I am not powerless against the 9th realm. Even the Moon City Lord almost died in my hands, let alone you." Yi Shiwen's voice had barely faded when a circle of terrifying ripples appeared all over his body. It seemed as if the ripples on the surface of the water had burst out. If one looked closely, they would find that it was the endless brilliance of talismans. The talisman laws were completely revealed at this time. A violent power instantly poured into Yi Shiwen's body, causing his aura to continuously rise. It was comparable to the 8th realm, the peak of the 8th realm, the 9th realm, the peak of the 9th realm. Yi Shiwen's aura continued to rise, and the terrifying power in his body was also wreaking havoc. Naturally, he could do this with the help of the supreme ancestral symbol. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not have used the supreme ancestral symbol. It was too uneconomical, and even if he succeeded, both sides would suffer. However, the Tian clan old ancestor in front of him was different. His peak period was too short, and in such a short period of time, he would not be able to pose a fatal threat to him. Although he could also drag the Tian clan old ancestor to death, and with the defensive ability of his golden body of merit, he was still able to do so, but he was not willing to do so. He wanted to walk an upright path. "What did you say just now? You want to use my flesh and blood to let you live?" Yi Shiwen smiled disdainfully. "If you can do it, then come and try. Let's see who is the hunter and who is the prey." The Tian clan old ancestor's eyes flashed with horror. The trump card that Yi Shiwen had was already beyond his imagination. With a body of the 7th realm, it was already shocking enough to be able to contend with an emperor of the 8th realm. But for Yi Shiwen, this was just his normal state. The real trump card was the supreme ancestral symbol. However, he was also a top expert who had once dominated the world. Although he was shocked, his movements were not slow at all. He casually grabbed his long saber. The long saber was shining, and the light of the great path of the Tao suddenly burst out. "Invincible saber Tao!" The Tian clan old ancestor roared, and the universe clanged as he directly slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Fast! 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 This saber was extremely fast, but Yi Shiwen's speed also surpassed the speed of light. He entered the realm of the Tao of Time and was not slow at all. He met the saber with a punch. Bang! An incomparably loud sound of metal colliding spread out. The entire chaos was exploding. It was terrifying, and blood splattered everywhere. A white mark was left on Yi Shiwen's fist, but the Tian clan old ancestor's perlicue cracked and blood splattered out. Yi Shiwen's strength was too terrifying, especially under such circumstances. With the support of the supreme ancestral symbol, his strength had more than doubled. Even if he were to face the Tian clan's old ancestor at his peak, he would not fall into a disadvantageous position. In fact, he would even have the upper hand. It's a pity that you are not at your peak now. The peak is too short, but I want to tell you now that even at your peak, I still have the ability to defeat you, Yi Shiwen said with regret. Chapter 3656. The Celestial Patriarch was obviously aware of this problem. He originally thought that he had an absolute chance of winning. That was because Yi Shiwen could not compete with him in the 9th realm no matter what. After all, there was a difference of 2 realms. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, it was meaningless. If he made the best use of his time, he might have a chance to kill Yi Shiwen. This was the only way he could continue to live. However, Yi Shiwen had now used his actions to tell him that he was thinking too much. Who was the prey and who was the hunter was still uncertain. However, after all, he was once an ambitious and ruthless person, although he had almost lost his confidence because of that great enemy. Now that his strength had recovered, his confidence and fierceness had also been found. He was not willing to die like this. Although the power he obtained by forcefully activating the last of his life was limited, did Yi Shiwen's secret technique that forcefully stimulated his potential really have no effect on him at all? Therefore, he still had a chance of winning. At least he thought so. With a slight shake of his wrist, the bloodstain on his palm disappeared. It had only been cracked by Yi Shiwen's terrifying strength. It would be completely healed in a breath of time. Buzz! All of a sudden, the entire primal chaos exploded. Under the impact of the boundless aura of the celestial ancestor, the vast and boundless primal chaos was ignited. Time, space, everything else in front of this aura had no meaning. In this world, this was the supreme and invincible existence. The Celestial Patriarch's entire body was bleeding, but it was not because he was injured. Instead, it was because he had forced out his own blood essence. The blood essence that covered his body began to burn, turning into Tao flames that filled the sky. His own strength also rose by a level with the burning of these Tao flames. The loss of his vitality was getting more and more serious, and he was getting closer and closer to death. However, he had no other choice. Just now, he had suffered some losses in the first exchange. If this went on in the long run, what would happen? Moreover, he had not gone on for long. At the same time, he took a step forward, and it was unknown how much chaos he had trampled on. In an instant, he had already rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Facing the Tian clan old ancestor, whose strength had increased by another level, Yi Shiwen was expressionless. He only said, "No matter what plans you have, no matter what methods you have, you are dead." If he had met the current Tian clan old ancestor back then, he would have definitely died. However, things were different now. The 10,000 worlds were much stronger than they were tens of thousands of years ago, and he himself had improved to an inconceivable level. He was no longer as powerless as before. Yi Shiwen let out a long and loud roar. He didn't retreat. Instead, he went one step further in pursuit. Behind him, thousands of strange phenomena bloomed at the same time, illuminating the entire chaos. Boom! The two sides collided fiercely, causing rumbling sounds to ring out in the primal chaos. Boundless, treasured radiance blossomed, and the primal chaos was blasted apart by the two of them. Dang, dang, dang! After a terrifying collision, both of them took 2 steps back, and each step covered a distance of millions of miles. Yi Shiwen's body only trembled slightly, and all of the force was dissipated. In front of him, the Tian clan patriarch was invaded by the precious splendor emitted by Yi Shiwen, and the great Tao wreaked havoc. It was clear who was superior. The Tian clan old ancestor frowned slightly because he had never seen such a troublesome opponent. Even the great enemy that made him tremble with fear was not as troublesome as Yi Shiwen. This was because Yi Shiwen's fighting style was too troublesome. Although there was nothing special about it, he just relied on his own tyrannical strength to crush his opponent. However, this was the most unsolvable opponent. It was not some technique, nor was it some magical power, so there was no such thing as restraining or being restrained. When celestial masters fought, they had to compete in their control of the great Tao, the right to modify the laws, and so on. These competitions were carried out all the time, and the martial arts that were used in the end were the direct embodiment of the great Tao rules. There were also some restraining relationships between the laws, and some magical powers could also be broken. However, Yi Shiwen relied purely on his enormous strength to crush his opponent, so there was no way to do so, especially for someone like him who didn't have much time and could only maintain his peak for a short period of time. It was like he had met his nemesis. And the enormous energy in Yi Shiwen's body that allowed him to compete with the ninth realm naturally came from the supreme ancestral symbol. This was the supreme treasure of the talisman Taoism era, and its power was naturally great. If its functions could be completely analyzed, it could even be compared to the universe creation map. And the universe creation map's status and preciousness in the Fortune God dynasty was also obvious to all. If it was not for this, Yi Shiwen's strength would not have increased to this level. Yi Shiwen could also feel that every time he released a bit of power, there would be countless violent forces tearing his cells apart in his body. It could be considered as a method of hurting oneself before hurting others. However, for now, it was still at a stage where he could bear it. After cultivating the golden body of merit, he was no longer the same as before. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Again, Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with golden light. With a long roar, he rushed forward again. The Tian clan old ancestor frowned slightly, but at this time he was forced to this point by Yi Shiwen. What choice did he have? He could only grit his teeth and bear it. Bang! 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 Terrifying collisions broke out in the chaos again and again. Such power could only be withstood in the chaos. If it was in the heavens and realms, it would definitely leave unimaginable damage. Even the power of the heavenly way could not repair it. Celestial masters already had the power to destroy the world. This was also why Yi Shiwen was suppressed by the heavenly way as soon as he returned to the heavens and realms. For such invisible destroyers, regardless of whether they had evil intentions or not, they would be suppressed by the heavens and realms. The heavenly way was the assembly of the will of all living beings, and the anger of all living beings was the anger of the heavenly way. In an instant, the two sides had collided thousands of times. If at the beginning the Tian clan old ancestor could still compete with Yi Shiwen, then now it was obvious that he was on the losing side. He had burned his own blood and vitality, and had used a secret technique to barely restore his peak state. However, this state couldn't last long, especially when Yi Shiwen had displayed strength far superior to his own. Every strike consumed a massive amount of blood qi, and his injuries worsened. For him, this was fatal, but he could not stop. Roar! The Tian clan old ancestor roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I can't accept this. If I was at my peak, I would definitely be able to kill you. The Tian clan old ancestor could already see that Yi Shiwen's move was also limited. It was impossible to use it indefinitely. If he was at his peak, it would be enough to suppress Yi Shiwen. He could even drag Yi Shiwen to death. At least he thought so. Right now, his combat power had only recovered to its peak. His true comprehensive state might not even be able to display half of it. This was his greatest unwillingness. Peak combat power without the ability to last for a long time was peak combat power? Peak? Even if you are at your peak, you will still die. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. Since the two sides had already fallen out to this point, he naturally would not be lenient. Do you think this is all I have? Yi Shiwen shouted, and a long saber appeared in his hand. The aura of the golden hepta was instantly released, and suddenly slashed towards the Tian clan old ancestor. The Tian clan old ancestor was naturally not to be outdone. He swallowed the endless spiritual energy in one gulp and turned it into a sky full of brilliance. He also used the Heavenly Master Tao tool to resist. Dang! There was an incomparably loud sound. The Tian clan old ancestor's arm trembled violently. He only felt that his body was being invaded by the power of the Golden Hepta. What is this? It is definitely not something from the martial epoch. Could it be the legendary Golden Epic? No, this kind of treasure. How could you obtain it? The Tian clan old ancestor almost relied on his rich experience to immediately realize that this power of the Golden Hepta was not the Golden Hepta of the martial epoch. At his level, even if he did not research the Golden Epoch, it was still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was not strange for him to be able to recognize it. This power of the Golden Hepta was purer, sharper, and harder to block than the Golden Hepta of the martial epoch. Therefore, he recognized him very easily. Now he even felt a slight chill on his back. Tens of thousands of years ago, this ant that he wouldn't even look at had grown to such a level in just a short period of tens of thousands of years. How many treasures, how many good things did he obtain? Furthermore, they all transcended epochs, be it the Golden Hepta ancestral chi or the supreme ancestral symbol in Yi Xuan's body. They clearly did not belong to this epoch. Transcended epochs were very rare in the martial epoch. Ordinary natural treasures, divine materials, and the like would not attract the attention of these aloof heavenly venerables. However, it was clear that both the Golden Hepta ancestral chi and the supreme ancestral symbol in Yi Xuan's body possessed unimaginable power, enough to astonish the Tian clan old ancestor. I have to deal with you quickly, otherwise it will not be good, Yi Xuan said with a faint smile. He could already feel injuries in his body that could not be healed immediately. Even though they had only fought for 15 minutes, if this continued, he would injure the heavily protected great Tao origin. Hence, there was no time left for him. That was enough for this experiment. Buzz! The Golden Hepta ancestral chi in Yi Xuan's hand formed again, turning into a terrifying golden heptatide that engulfed the Tian clan old ancestor. At this moment, the Tian clan old ancestor, who was already engulfed by his injuries, could not block it. Boom! The Golden Hepta ancestral chi exploded into a blood mist that filled the air. However, Yi Xuan quickly grabbed it and turned it into the purest energy. Chapter 36:57. The energy contained in a peak heavenly venerable was far more than that of a 7th or 8th realm heavenly venerable. At that point, a heavenly venerable would have reached a breakthrough point. The reason why the Sky Clan old ancestor was so weak was because his injuries were too serious. He was left with eternal Tao injuries. If he were in his place, his performance would not be any better. This pure energy was poured into the world tree on his body. Immediately, one of the world tree fruits ripened. Although he had watered it with the blood essence of several heavenly venerables before, it was not as effective as this time. As the world tree fruit ripened, it was only a matter of time before Yi Xuan reached the peak of the 7th realm. This could save him a lot of time. From this point of view, this trip to the myriad heavens realms could be considered quite rewarding. When he reached the peak of the 7th realm, it would not be too difficult to reach the 8th realm. When he became the Eastern Heavenly Venerable, he had not used the merit that fell from the sky. Although it was not enough to increase his strength, if it was only to help him break through, it could be said that his chances of winning were greatly increased. There was also the power of faith that he had received from the myriad heavens realms. After removing the impurities, the remaining energy was incomparably huge. These were all his helpers and also his hidden trump cards. Once he stepped into the 8th level, even if he encountered a peak 9th level Empyrean, he was confident that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage and would be able to escape unscathed. He wouldn't even need the help of the supreme ancestral symbol. At this time, the injuries caused by the supreme ancestral symbol in his body had gradually recovered. There were still some hidden injuries, but there was no need to worry. They would soon recover. Considering the number of times he had used the supreme ancestral symbol, this was the lightest price he had to pay. At this time, all the experts in the celestial continent were stunned. They were frightened. Screams and cries could be heard. The true pillar in their hearts, the soul of the entire celestial clan, had been beaten to death right in front of them. This was something that they had never imagined in their lives. Even the worst nightmares in their imagination were not as terrible as this. And now it had happened. Many people were wailing, and even more people were frightened. Under the circumstances of Yi Shiwen's strength, were they going to be exterminated today? Ever since the rise of the celestial race, it was unknown just how many races had been exterminated by them. It was simply too many to count. They had seen too many tragedies like this and had long forgotten about it. However, if such a tragedy were to happen to them, then it would be a completely different matter. Many people looked at Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen did not forget them. He passed through the chaos and stopped above the celestial continent. No one dared to attack Yi Shiwen, even though they already hated him in their hearts. They couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. However, they didn't dare to attack him at this time. In fact, they didn't even have the thought of attacking him. When someone was a celestial, you was a realm was they celestial realm cultivators would realm. They were king's realm, celestial realm gods. Because the gap was too big, they were not on the same level at all. Therefore, they did not have any emotions. Therefore, they knew that it was time to face judgment. They had faced such a situation too many times, and it was the same. They killed the strongest expert of the opponent, and then the army slaughtered into the opponent's clan. The opponent was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and they had no power to fight back. And now, it was finally their turn to witness this scene. At this time on the celestial continent, two figures emerged. They were the only two emperor-level experts left in the celestial continent. At this time, they had no choice but to stand up because they knew that nothing could be hidden from the celestial masters. Instead of being found and killed by Yi Shiwen, it was better to try and see if it was possible to fight to the death. Perhaps Wu Zun had injured his origin during the battle with his old ancestor? Yi Shiwen just looked at the two indifferently, and then said, "I have no intention of uprooting the entire celestial clan, but in order to prevent the celestial clan from threatening the myriad heavens in the future, the two of you should kill yourselves." When the two emperor lords heard Yi Shiwen's overbearing words, their pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. In the end, Yi Shiwen still couldn't tolerate their existence. If it was them, they probably wouldn't allow an existence that could threaten him, a conquered race. However, the only fortunate thing was that even after so much, Yi Shiwen still did not have the intention of uprooting the entire celestial clan. This still left some seeds for the rise of the celestial clan. "Don't! Old ancestor! Oh my God! Do you really want to destroy our celestial clan?" Many people exclaimed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. The fate of the entire clan was in Yi Shiwen's hands. In order to protect them, the emperors of the celestial clan must kill themselves. Otherwise, they would all die. However, they were so powerless. It was impossible for them to pose any threat to Yi Shiwen. The eyes of the two emperors flashed with a bit of unwillingness and sorrow. Those below the emperors were ants. This was not just a saying. Normally, the celestial clan would lose hundreds of millions or even billions, and they would not even blink. Their hearts were like a boulder. However, when this number expanded to the entire celestial clan, they had no choice but to pay attention. Moreover, they also knew that Yi Shiwen would not allow them to live past today. They had no choice. In front of a celestial master, even escaping had become an extravagant hope. The two of them looked at each other and then formed a seal. Then there were only two loud explosions. The two emperors did not even make a move. They directly blew themselves up in order to protect their clan. Many experts of the celestial clan were in despair when they saw this scene. The enemy was so powerful that even the most powerful existence in their clan had no choice but to generously die in exchange for a promise from the other party. Was there any way to fight against such an enemy? Was there any possibility of revenge in the future? Many people had already lost hope. They only hoped that Yi Shiwen would eventually keep his promise and not completely uproot the Celestial clan. Since when did the dignified Celestial clan fall to such a state? They hoped that the other party would show mercy and entrust the life and death of their clan to the other party. However, in the end, Yi Shiwen did not attack them. He only integrated the blood essence of the two emperors into the Celestial clan continent to strengthen the firmness of the Celestial clan continent. Without the protection of the Celestial Master, it would be very difficult for them to survive in the chaos. Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. If it was not for the fundamental threat that the Celestial clan posed to the myriad heavens, he would not even be interested in killing those Celestial emperors, because they were not a threat to him at all. Even if they were given millions of years, they would not be able to cultivate to his level. It was already heaven's favor to have a Celestial Master in the Celestial clan. It was easier said than done to have another one. It was almost impossible to reach the level of the Celestial clan old ancestor. However, for the long-term development of the myriad heavens, he had no choice but to do so. He could save the myriad heavens once or twice, but could he save the myriad heavens every time? In this case, it was necessary to eliminate future troubles. As for the future geniuses of the Celestial clan who stepped into the Emperor realm, it was also heaven's will. The myriad heavens would also inevitably produce emperors. Both sides would be pulled to the same starting line. It was not certain who would abuse who. It was true that the Celestial clan was rich in geniuses. However, there were countless races and creatures in the myriad heavens. The prosperity of geniuses was not inferior to the Celestial clan. It was just that they lacked a Celestial Master like the Celestial clan old ancestor. After stabilizing the Celestial clan continent, Yi Shiwen did not stay for a long time. He just stepped into the space crack and left. Seeing Yi Shiwen leave, the Celestial clan old ancestor finally let out a sigh of relief. Yi Shiwen did not go back on his words and let the Celestial clan old ancestor go. However, the entire continent was crying for the Celestial clan old ancestor, for the Celestial emperors who were killed or killed themselves, and for the unknown future of their race. The news of Yi Shiwen returning to the myriad heavens from the Celestial clan continent quickly spread throughout the myriad heavens. Everyone was watching Yi Shiwen's trip. Especially the Celestial clan might have Celestial Masters. Could Yi Shiwen deal with them? And now, judging from the results, Yi Shiwen should have won. After all, he had come out of the other side of the space, crack unscathed, and not the others. Wasn't the outcome obvious enough? As soon as Yi Shiwen returned to the myriad heavens, he issued a decree. The Celestial clan old ancestor had been killed by him. The Celestial clan old ancestor should not take any chances. However, the heavens had the virtue of cherishing life. He did not want to kill them all. Therefore, he only allowed the Celestial clan army to return to the Celestial clan continent and return all the occupied places. The last part of the decree made the entire myriad heaven seethe. That was to let all the existing Celestial emperors commit suicide so that he would not have to do it himself. For a time, the contents of this decree spread throughout the myriad heavens. All the experts seemed to hold their breath. They had seen overbearing decrees, but they had never seen such an overbearing decree. It was almost pointing at the Celestial Emperor's nose and saying, "Kill yourself, lest I dirty my hands." That was a monarch, a supreme existence in the entire universe. Normally, it was impossible for ordinary people to even meet a monarch, not to mention pointing at a monarch from a Celestial clan. This incomparably overbearing decree also opened the eyes of countless people who boasted of themselves as experts. What was overbearing? This was overbearing. What was tyrannical? This was tyrannical. Chapter 3658. Yi Shiwen's overbearing decree spread throughout the myriad heavens. Naturally, it also reached the ears of the Heavenly Clan. Now, the Heavenly Clan's army was spread throughout the myriad heavens. Their momentum was flourishing. Now, Yi Shiwen actually ordered them to retreat with a decree. He even wanted their Emperor King to commit suicide. What an arrogant tone! Many experts of the Heavenly Clan were furious. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, it was impossible to sweep away such a powerful army. But then the situation in the Heavenly Clan continent spread, especially the higher-ups of the Heavenly Clan in the myriad heavens. They received the news almost immediately. When they saw the news, everyone was silent. Yi Shiwen was too strong. Not only were the Emperor Kings no match for him, but they were also killed by him casually. Even the pillar in their hearts, who had protected them through several battles against the heavens. Even if they were driven out again and again, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Clan, who rose tenaciously again and again, was killed by Yi Shiwen. In other words, it was impossible for them to return to the myriad heavens whenever they wanted like before. The defeat of the old ancestor of the Heavenly Clan also indicated that if they left the myriad heavens, it would be difficult for them to return in the future. Even if they returned, it would be impossible for them to sweep away everything like now. That was simply impossible. They were recovering their strength, but so were the infinite heavens and the infinite worlds. Although the number of imperial monarchs was about the same, the infinite heavens and the infinite worlds had the upper hand in terms of strength and foundation. But now, both sides were starting over. Could they still hold such an advantage? This also meant that even if they returned to the myriad heavens and realms, they would not be able to sweep through them. They would only be a powerful race in the myriad heavens and realms. At most, they would be on par with the human race, demon race, devil race, and other powerful races. It was simply impossible to imagine that they could contend with or even crush the entire myriad heavens with their own strength in the past. They were all unwilling. The result of planning for tens of thousands of years had finally come to fruition. They were about to sweep away everything with great difficulty, but in the end, their rising momentum was interrupted by Yi Shiwen alone. One person could bring prosperity to a country, and one person could also exterminate a clan. Because of their relationship with the celestial race's ancestor, they appeared in front of all the races in the universe with a domineering attitude that far surpassed all the other races in the universe. But at the same time, when such a terrifying character appeared in the universe, the fate that once belonged to all the races in the universe fell upon them. At this moment, they truly understood the usefulness of a peak expert. It was far from what they, sovereign emperors, could contend against. The Celestials could not truly decide the life and death of such a great world, but an Empyrean could. But was it really possible not to retreat now? It was simply impossible. Yi Shiwen had already reached the Heavenly Master Realm according to the situation that had been transmitted back from the Heavenly Race continent. So, it would be a simple matter for him to kill an Emperor Lord. It wouldn't be difficult at all. In this case, it was not up to them to choose. But the key was that if they were only to retreat, there was nothing to discuss about this matter. But now, Yi Shiwen wanted to capture all the high and mighty Emperor Lords in one fell swoop. He didn't even want to do it himself and let them kill themselves. This kind of domineering aura hit them in the face. They were not allowed to have the slightest resistance at all. It was like a tiger pressing a rabbit to the ground and then saying, "Kill yourself. Save me the trouble of killing you." It was indescribably domineering, but it did not allow them to have the slightest intention of refuting. There was no discussion at all. They could either kill themselves or wait for Yi Shiwen to make a move. But once Yi Shiwen made a move, the situation would not be so simple. At that time, the number of casualties would not just be a few. They also wanted to resist, but after thinking about it carefully, how could they resist? Facing such a person, where could they escape to? It was useless even if they fled back to the Heavenly Race continent because they would still die. After a long time, the changes in the entire universe finally began. The Heavenly Race army finally began to retreat slowly under the control of the dispatch. They retreated little by little to the other side of the crack, to the heavenly race continent. This news was undoubtedly great news for the races in the universe. Finally, the heavenly race, which had threatened them for many years, was going to retreat this time. Moreover, it was different from before. In every previous war against the heavens, it could be said that the heavenly race had done their best to seal the heavenly race and drive the heavenly race away. Every time, it was unknown how much they had to pay. Many emperor lords died, and many races were destroyed in the process. Every time, the price they had to pay was unimaginable. Even so, they could only barely drive the heavenly race out. But this time it was completely different. Yi Shiwen only used a decree to force the heavenly race back completely. Just because of one person, just because of a sentence without any particularly heavy losses, he simply drove the heavenly race out. He even forced the heavenly race to let their emperor lords kill themselves. This was an unprecedented loss. Without the heavenly race and the emperor lords, would they still be able to pose a fundamental threat to the universe like before? This was obviously impossible. After the heavenly race army slowly retreated, they withdrew from all the territories they occupied. After that, after explaining everything, the few remaining emperor lords of the heavenly race gathered together and exploded together. In the end, they still did not dare to go against Yi Shiwen's intentions. They did not dare to go against Yi Shiwen's decree. That decree was simply too tyrannical, forcing them to kill themselves. They had always been the ones to order others like this. When had others ever been able to order them like this? That day, it was incomparably tragic. Many people from all over the universe went to witness this miraculous scene. Several emperor lords of the heavenly race exploded in front of everyone, as Yi Shiwen said. Judging from Yi Shiwen's previous performance, Yi Shiwen was not a person who did not keep his promise. This was also the fundamental reason why they finally agreed. If Yi Shiwen did not keep his promise, then they would probably fight to the death, although it would be useless. This scene deeply shocked the experts from all over the universe who came to watch. It made them truly understand how powerful a heavenly master could be. In the universe, there had always been emperor lords, but no heavenly masters. Although with Yi Shiwen's return, they also knew the concept of heavenly masters, they still did not have a specific concept of what a heavenly master was. The heavenly race was different. There had always been emperor lords in the heavenly race, and those emperor lords had always known the existence and strength of heavenly masters. Therefore, they did not dare to disobey the orders of heavenly masters. It was only now that the experts from all over the universe truly understood the horror and power of heavenly masters. If an emperor lord killed himself, he would have to kill himself. There was no choice at all. The divine palace, which had heavenly masters, was undoubtedly the number one force in the entire universe. After the retreat of the heavenly race, it was simply a bad news for those who had surrendered to the heavenly race in the universe. They might have thought that the heavenly race might fail. After all, it was not the first time that the heavenly race had failed. Although the heavenly race was very strong, it was not completely crushed in the face of the unity of the universe. However, they did not expect that the defeat would come so quickly, so miserably, and so shocking. There was not even a bloody battle. Just because of Yi Shiwen's words, a decree, they had to retreat, and even the emperor lords had to kill themselves. Moreover, this time was different from the previous times. The heavenly master ancestors were killed by Yi Shiwen. Half of the emperor lords of the heavenly race were killed by Yi Shiwen, and the other half had killed themselves. The heavenly race had lost all the highest power, and they did not have the ability to return to the universe again. Even protecting themselves had become a very difficult thing. In the boundless chaos, without the protection of the heavenly masters, it was very difficult for the heavenly race to protect themselves. And resources had also become the next problem that troubled the development of the heavenly race. It was impossible to take away these former vassal races. After they were left behind, the consequences were naturally unimaginable, especially those races that were destroyed by them. How could they let go of the traitors of the universe so easily? Even the many emperor lords of the fortune god dynasty would not let go of these unstable factors of the universe. After all, no matter how they fought, it was a battle within the universe. There were wins and losses, and it would not lead to the destruction of their inheritances. But the heavenly race was different. Once the heavenly race was in power, would the Emperor Lord's inheritances have the slightest chance of survival? Therefore, they especially hated these traitors. For them, the death of these traitors was not a pity at all. Moreover, after their death, they would be able to vacate a lot of territory. With just a decree, everyone truly saw Yi Shiwen's supreme strength. It could even be said that he was the strongest person in the universe. There was no one before him, and no one in the future would be able to surpass him. In this universe, where strength was limited, it was likely that no one could reach the height of Yi Shiwen. After the heavenly race withdrew from the universe and returned to the heavenly race continent, Yi Shiwen also personally went to the sealed land and personally sealed the entire crack in the entire sealed land. With his current strength, it was impossible for the heavenly race to have any chance of breaking the seal. Even if there were some people in the universe who had evil intentions, it was impossible to break his seal under the circumstances that they could not break through to the heavenly master level. It could be said that from now on, the heavenly race would be forever separated from the heavenly race. It was impossible for them to have any entanglement. After dealing with these matters, Yi Shiwen returned to the divine court. He called the emperor lords and many elite experts of the divine court and personally preached to them. Chapter 36:59. The news that Yi Shiwen, the strongest person in all of the heavens and realms, was going to give a lecture spread throughout the heavens and realms almost overnight. All the famous experts wanted to come, but it was obvious that Yi Shiwen would not open it to everyone. At the very least, only quasi-emperors were qualified to attend the lecture. Otherwise, they would not even be able to understand what Yi Shiwen was saying. For a time, the entire array was incomparably vast. Now that the celestial race had retreated and been sealed by Yi Shiwen, and in the foreseeable future, there would be no more threats from the celestial race. Under such circumstances, they naturally all rushed over. Moreover, many people also knew that Yi Shiwen would not stay in the heavens and realms for a long time. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have the opportunity to see a revered martial artist again. Unknowingly, Yi Shiwen had become a myth and a legend. It had reached the point where even seeing Yi Shiwen once could become the capital to brag for millions or even tens of millions of years in the future. Just like in the fortune god dynasty, when people mentioned that they had once worshipped the fortune god lord, it was a completely different experience. It was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Yi Shiwen's lecture lasted for 3 years. During these 3 years, the entire heavens and realms were filled with Sanskrit sounds and immortal lights. Countless creatures were bathed in this kind of heavenly phenomenon. It could even be said that although most people in the heavens and realms had no way to come to the divine court to listen to Yi Shiwen's lecture, their life essence was also indirectly enhanced. It could be said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was the difference between having a celestial master or not. Having a celestial master could bring them countless benefits. After 3 years, Yi Shiwen finally stopped giving lectures. During these 3 years, Yi Shiwen had finally completely spread his great Tao. All the top experts were establishing great sects and sections. It was not just to use their disciples and disciples to collect resources for them. More importantly, the process of spreading the great Tao was the process of enriching the martial arts of the entire martial epoch. Naturally, there would be countless benefits waiting for them. Yi Shiwen himself had gained a lot during these 3 years of preaching. He had also gained a lot of insight into the 8th realm, not to mention those emperor lords and quasi-emperors. They only felt that every word Yi Shiwen said could be expanded into a supreme scripture containing many things. Even every word could be transformed into the word Tao. The quasi-emperors also heard a lot about the emperor lord realm. Many veteran quasi-emperors felt that they were more confident in crossing the Emperor-Lord realm. Presumably, after this matter, it would not take long for the heavens and realms to welcome a batch of Emperor-Lords. Those Emperor-Lords would also receive a lot of pointers from Yi Shiwen, especially regarding the difficulties of the Emperor realm cultivation, were pointed out by Yi Shiwen. It was equivalent to spreading out a broad road in front of them. They could go far to Emperor Yi Shiwen's cultivation path. And, in the past, emperor monarchs had to fumble their way forward by themselves. The road ahead was filled with chaos and fog, and they had to fumble step by step. Compared to the Fortune God dynasty's emperor monarchs, their cultivation was much more difficult. And now, Yi Shiwen had pointed out the cultivation method of the emperor-level monarch. This was the most precious treasure that could be passed down for generations to come. Yi Shiwen stopped preaching after 3 years. He had passed down all kinds of cultivation methods during these 3 years. It could be said that even though he wouldn't continue to establish a sect in the heavens and the myriad worlds, the number of people who would cultivate the methods he had created would increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Moreover, unlike the techniques created by other emperors, there were more or less some restrictions that could only be practiced by their own race. Yi Shiwen had created a lot of techniques, and they were created from the essence of the Great Way, so there were basically no restrictions. They belonged to the type that could be practiced by anyone. This made the difficulty of practicing the techniques created by Yi Shiwen many times lower. It could be imagined that after tens of thousands of years, this world would be filled with Yi Shiwen's disciples and grand-disciples. And whether these people inherited Yi Shiwen's orthodoxy or established their own sect, they would inevitably be influenced by Yi Shiwen. At that time, the divine court would be as stable as Mount Tai. If half of the world was Yi Shiwen's disciples and grand-disciples, and the other half was related to Yi Shiwen, who in the world could compete? It was not that no one could see it, but it was useless even if they saw it. The difference in strength between them and Yi Shiwen was too great. They were not qualified to resist. Moreover, who didn't want a real high-level cultivation method? Whoever raised an objection would be the enemy of the whole world. They would definitely be drowned by the angry people. No one dared to risk universal condemnation. So when it came to Yi Shiwen, even if they had some ulterior motives, they could be turned into upright means. Everyone in the world would be grateful for his kindness. After 3 years, Yi Shiwen stopped preaching and asked all the sovereign emperors and quasi-emperors to leave. In particular, the sovereign emperors had a lot of things to deal with. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen would return to the Fortune God dynasty in a few years. At that time, they would also leave together, and it was likely that they would never be able to return. Although Yi Shiwen did it, wasn't he the only one who did it since ancient times? Yi Shiwen also wanted to spend more time with his family. When Yi Shiwen proposed to leave the myriad heavens and go to the Fortune God dynasty, only Yi Kongming's family agreed to accompany Yi Shiwen. His biological parents, Yi Genshin's family, as well as his mother and younger brother, were unwilling to go to the Fortune God dynasty because they had many things to do here. There were many people they had to worry about, and they couldn't follow Yi Shiwen. In this regard, Yi Shiwen did not force them. Everyone had their own way of living. No one could force anyone. But just in case, Yi Shiwen still gave one of the Tian clan emperors puppet to Yi Junshan. It could be activated at a critical time. With the strength of the emperor, it was enough to protect the safety of their family. This was the only thing he could do. However, Yi Shiwen would soon leave again. So Yi Junshan and the others also rushed to the divine court to see Yi Shiwen again. For 10 years, Yi Shiwen stayed in the divine court, reuniting with his parents, relatives, brothers and sisters, several disciples, and many old friends. What a joyous life! In particular, the Yi family on both sides had already spread out. Tens of thousands of years were extremely long. Yi Shiwen had now become the ancestor of countless people. He didn't know how many grandchildren he had. Even little Crescent Moon, who was just a little girl in his eyes, was actually already the ancestor of many people. It was just that in Yi Shiwen's eyes, she was the little girl who never grew up. In addition, he guided several of his disciples. Especially now, all the big and small things in the divine court were managed by Gao Qingye. It was just that Gao Qingye's talent was still a little low after all. Until now, he barely entered the realm of quasi-emperor. Such cultivation and speed could not be regarded as bad. It could even be regarded as outstanding. He was the best among his peers. But to command a behemoth like the divine court, he was still a little powerless. Yi Shiwen naturally had to give more guidance, especially to teach the cultivation methods of the emperor one by one. According to Yi Shiwen's method of cultivation, the probability of breaking through to the emperor in the future would be very high. Of course, among the disciples of Yi Shiwen in the myriad worlds, the most talented one was actually Liya. In fact, Liya was also Yi Shiwen's first disciple. It was just that Liya was not willing to manage these mundane affairs. These years, she had been in closed-door cultivation in the depths of the divine court all year round. Her cultivation was much higher than Gao Qingye's, and now she was also close to the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation. This time, Yi Shiwen naturally planned to take Liya with him. He also sought the opinion of his father, Li Feng. Li Feng considered it again and again, and finally agreed to let Liya go to the Fortune God dynasty, because he also knew that Liya's talent was very high. Only the Fortune God dynasty could best develop her talent. Moreover, with Yi Shiwen's constant guidance, in the future, breaking into the emperor realm would be just around the corner. This was an unprecedented glory for their race. Their race once ruled the true martial domain, but in the entire myriad worlds, they were just a native race. How could they be compared with the human race, demon race, and other powerful races? Now that their patriarch could have one more emperor, as the patriarch, was worthy of his ancestors' spirit in heaven. If it was not for the fact that he was unwilling to leave and would rather die of old age in the myriad worlds, it would not be difficult for Yi Shiwen to take him away. Yi Shiwen also took advantage of this period of time to sort out what he had learned and leave it for the divine court. However, he only left behind the cultivation method of the Emperor Lord Realm to the peak. Everyone would enter the Emperor Lord Realm on a different path. However, there were still some common cultivation methods. He did not leave the heavenly masters. It was not that Yi Shiwen was hiding it, but it was impossible to cultivate the heavenly master in the myriad worlds. They would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the myriad worlds. Regardless of whether it was the Tian clan's old ancestor or Yi Shiwen, they did not cultivate in the myriad worlds. Since it was impossible to cultivate, leaving such ancient books was not the way to bring disaster. If in the future the divine court was no longer invincible and suppressed the world, and a powerful master like him or Emperor Qin attacked them, this would become the way to bring disaster. 5 years passed while Yi Shiwen was relaxing and making arrangements for his future affairs. Yi Shiwen had originally thought that this year would pass like before. However, the color of the world changed once again, and countless Emperor Realm's tribulation clouds condensed towards the Devil World. Someone in the Devil World was crossing the tribulation. It was the Emperor Realm's tribulation. Yi Shiwen was no stranger to the person who was crossing the tribulation. It was none other than the patriarch of the fallen angel clan and the arrogant demon king of the Devil World, Lucifer. Chapter 3660. Yi Shiwen naturally sensed the arrival of the heavenly tribulation immediately. He recalled the time when he had traveled all over the heavens and realms in order to attain the Tao. At that time, he had mentioned to Lucifer that he wanted to go to the so-called Land of Fortune, which was the Fortune God dynasty. It was a pity that Lucifer had not been able to cross the heavens' retribution and become an emperor until he left. Now he finally took that step. Yi Shiwen knew very well that the longer time passed, the less courage these peak quasi-emperors would have to take that step. They would live longer and longer. In terms of state, They were indeed not inferior to when they were at their peak, but the courage they possessed was no longer comparable to that of the past. Presumably, Lucifer also wanted to take advantage of this last moment before he left to launch his last fight. It would naturally be the best if he could cross it, but if he couldn't, he would have to be prepared to die. All kinds of heaven's retribution fell for a full year. The entire heavens could feel the horror of this emperor's retribution. Because of Yi Shiwen's existence, no one would cause trouble for Lucifer, so he could deal with the heavens' retribution with all his strength. During this year, the light of heaven's retribution became more and more dazzling. Lucifer was beaten to pieces many times, and his body exploded. Ling Fei, who was next to Yi Shiwen, was worried as she watched. Although Lucifer was not her parent, he had doted on her since she was a child. He was closer to her than her biological parents. Now that she saw the tragic state of Lucifer's retribution, she was naturally very worried. She looked at Yi Shiwen, but in the end, she did not say anything. And how could Yi Shiwen not know what she was thinking? She wanted him to take action, but in the end, she could not speak, because cultivators knew that the power of heaven could not be violated. If anyone tried to compete with the power of heaven, they would face the counterattack of heaven's way. Even a celestial master would find it difficult to bear this kind of counterattack. This was why Emperor Yuan was so grateful to Yi Shiwen. Even if tens of thousands of years had passed, he still wanted to repay Yi Shiwen's kindness. It was because he owed Yi Shiwen too much. Yi Shiwen sighed. He would still intervene if it came to that. At the very least, he would rescue her. After all, even if Lucifer had helped him several times in the past, wouldn't he still have to consider the fact that he was Ling Fei's ancestor? Fortunately, although Lucifer seemed to be extremely difficult under the heavens' retribution, and his body was cracked many times, Yi Shiwen could see that his internal vitality was gradually strengthening. This was a sign that he was transforming into an emperor lord little by little. As long as he could endure it, he would become an imperial emperor. In the end, as Yi Shiwen expected, Lucifer finally survived the most difficult time. Even though his body was cracked several times, he still stubbornly survived little by little. In the end, another monarch was born. The instant Lucifer became a monarch, his might suppressed the entire universe. Other than a few monarch legacies, all the living beings in the universe knelt down, worshipping another monarch in the universe. When everyone saw Lucifer's success, they felt surprised. However, they also felt that it was natural. They felt that it was natural because Lucifer was originally a veteran powerhouse. He had been a quasi-emperor for many years. In the beginning, he led the angel clan to defect from the heavens. After entering the demon world, he used his fists to create the 8th great royal clan that had never existed in the demon world. And his name in the demon world was named Arrogant Demon King. It was not surprising that such a top expert had become an emperor after many years. However, unexpectedly, during the period when the monarchs were the most powerful, everyone thought that he would succeed in crossing the heavens' retribution. However, he didn't succeed in the end. And now, when the universe was about to usher in a brand new era without a monarch, he succeeded and became an emperor. Lucifer was known as the Angel Saint Emperor. He became the first monarch of the fallen angel clan. He made the fallen angel clan truly a royal clan. They had a heritage and inheritance. They were not inferior to other royal clans. However, Lucifer, who had just become an emperor, didn't have time to accept the worship of the various powerful clans in the universe. He was busy passing on his experience as an emperor and some inherited martial techniques to the fallen angel clan. He didn't even have time to refine his exclusive monarch Dao tool. He had to leave the universe. That was because 10 years had passed. So Yi Shiwen had to leave. Yi Shiwen had already felt the summon of the good fortune key. That aura was about to arrive. Yi Shiwen had broken the crystal wall here last time and had entered the path of fortune. And this time he would once again leave the myriad heavens and 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 the myriad heavens had arrived on this day. It was different from the last time. Everyone was witnessing a miracle. Many monarchs were ascending at the same time. The imperial city was already a boiling cauldron of voices. Many people had entered the imperial city since 10 years ago in order to occupy a good position. They had come to see the mythical scene of the monarchs ascending together. At this time, the space not far from the imperial city was already boiling like boiling water. Immortal light was surrounding it, and dense mist was surging. It seemed as if some power was going to penetrate through it. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention as they watched this scene. And countless golden lights surged between the heaven and the earth at this time. Many purple auras filled the sky in the distance and swept across the entire universe. Purple auras spanned 30 million miles. Everyone knew what kind of strange phenomenon this was. Some monarchs had appeared. No, it should be said that all the monarchs had appeared. Yi Shiwen and the others had already appeared in the universe at this time. All of them were top experts above the monarch realm. As for Ling Fei and the others, it was impossible for them to cross the good fortune road with their cultivation. Therefore, they had chosen to hide in Yi Shiwen's inner world first. They would wait until they crossed the good fortune road. All the monarchs clustered around Yi Shiwen and arrived above the imperial city. And at this time, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. His big hand suddenly slapped out. Bang! An incomparably huge roar resounded, and that space was smashed by Yi Shiwen's slap. Suddenly, countless immortal lights rained down like rain and filled the entire universe. Countless divine chains danced in the air, and the laws of heaven and earth manifested one after another. Everyone, now is the time. Follow me to the good fortune road. Yi Shiwen's clear voice was heard in that blazing light. All the monarchs stepped on the escape light and entered the rain of light. They headed in the direction of the good fortune road. When they entered the path of creation, the rain of light that filled the sky dissipated, and the desolate scene of the path of creation finally appeared in front of them. Even though Yi Shiwen had already mentioned the scenes in the path of creation, they still felt extremely shocked when they actually entered the path of creation. Not only was there no energy between heaven and earth here, but they could only rely on their own spiritual power to operate. More importantly, even the laws seemed to be beyond their control, and they couldn't operate it. This was something that had never happened since they attained the Tao. Yi Shiwen was already used to this scene, so he naturally wouldn't stay for long. The other monarchs followed Yi Shiwen all the way. When they saw the corpses of the monarchs on the good fortune road, they exclaimed in shock, and their expressions were extremely ugly. These were all supreme imperial monarchs, just like them. Yet now, they had actually been killed here by someone, and only their dazzling golden imperial bones remained. How sorrowful was this! They could even feel the wails of these dead monarchs. This Ice Emperor, Emperor Yuan, and the others were even more shocked. Yi Mo and the others were probably a little better. Yi Shiwen had already told them about these things earlier, so they were surprised. But they were only surprised. And among them, a humanoid emperor's skeleton with wings was lying on the side of the road. Lucifer's expression changed because he recognized it. It was the Heaven Master, who was also his former master. Later on, he also entered the good fortune road. Later on, he even attracted an unparalleled enemy, who chased him all the way to the heavens Arkansas. Since then, there were no more monarchs in heaven, and he also led his people to betray heaven, fell into the demon realm, and became the arrogant demon king of the demon realm. Yi Shiwen didn't expect to see his skeleton here. Emotions flowed in his eyes, but in the end he sighed and put away the Heaven Master's skeleton. He was once an emperor, and his prestige shook the world. Now his corpse was lying on the side of the road. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Along the way, they saw all kinds of shocking situations. This was a great shock and deterrence to these emperor lords. They might have thought that the path of fortune would be very dangerous and that the fortune god dynasty wouldn't be an easy place to live. But when they saw Yi Shiwen returning home in glory, perhaps it wasn't a big deal to them. At least it wasn't as dangerous as Yi Shiwen said. But now that they saw it, they realized that they were still too naive. Not only was it not as dangerous as Yi Shiwen said, it was 100 times more dangerous than what Yi Shiwen said. They didn't know what kind of road it was and what kind of situation it was, but it could actually cause the corpses of so many monarchs to lie here. It was simply unbelievable. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this place was very ominous. They could only follow Yi Shiwen's footsteps, and finally, they reached the end of the Good Fortune Road. It was different from the last time Yi Shiwen came. At the end of the Good Fortune Road, this time was a rainbow bridge. The other end of this rainbow bridge was connected to the Good Fortune Key. It was none other than the Good Fortune Key that the Middle Celestial Master had reactivated. Let's go. The other end of the rainbow bridge is the Good Fortune God Dynasty, said Yi Shiwen. As he spoke, he was the first to step onto the rainbow bridge. His figure quickly disappeared into the rainbow bridge. The other monarchs looked at each other and followed one after another. Chapter 3661. When the emperors could see again, they were already in a giant city. There were many giant cities in the myriad of worlds, but none of them could compare to the divine capital of fortune. A single capital city was the size of an entire world. It was a vast and boundless expanse. With just a simple and casual perception, they could sense at least a dozen powerful existences that were not inferior to them. As for those that were stronger than them, they definitely could not sense them. Is this the divine dynasty of fortune? It's really amazing, Yi Emo exclaimed. Although they were extremely powerful and lofty existences in the myriad worlds, and although they were not unique existences in the myriad worlds, it could be said that they were a small group of the top existences in the myriad worlds. But now, it was just a city, and the experts in it had already surpassed the sum of all the sovereign emperors in the myriad worlds. In terms of strength, they had far surpassed him. No matter how Yi Shiwen described it before, it was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. After experiencing it personally, they understood the huge gap between the myriad heavens and the divine dynasty of fortune. It was not just a little bit. Even 10 or 100 myriad heavens combined could not compare to the strength of the divine dynasty of fortune. At this time, they were in the divine palace of fortune, but this did not affect their perception of the many powerhouses hidden in the divine capital of fortune. Ha ha ha! This is the stage of my generation. Yi Wudi laughed loudly. His personality had not changed much compared to tens of thousands of years ago. After becoming an emperor, the blood that had been sealed for a while now felt like it was burning again. There was a broader stage here and more powerful opponents. It could be said to be an unprecedented world. However, before everyone could continue to sigh, a figure walked in from the main hall. He directly bowed to Yi Shiwen and said, "Greetings, Lord Eastern Heavenly Lord. The Middle Heavenly Lord is waiting for you." This person was none other than the Scarlet Emperor, who was in charge of the Eastern Heavenly Lord Mansion. He was a super emperor who was only one step away from becoming a Heavenly Lord. He was a direct descendant of the Middle Heavenly Lord. Now that the Middle Heavenly Lord's forces had shifted to the Central Region, the original direct descendants of the Middle Heavenly Lord naturally followed. The Eastern Heavenly Lord Mansion was taken over by Yi Shiwen's subordinates. His position was now replaced by the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. This was a position that represented the face of the Eastern Empyrean Manor. Ordinary people naturally couldn't take it, and the Eastern Empyrean Manor couldn't afford to lose face like this. At present, only the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, who had already stepped into the Ninth Realm, could do this. Seeing the Scarlet Emperor, the monarchs all had different expressions on their faces. However, the shock in their expressions could not be concealed, because they all realized that the Scarlet Emperor was simply unfathomable. They could not feel how strong he was at all. In fact, he was even stronger than the heaven god emperor of the Tian clan. In the past, the heavenless divine emperor had single-handedly defeated them. If Yi Shiwen hadn't intervened, they would have died at the hands of the heavenless divine emperor. But now, such a powerful existence was bowing respectfully to Yi Shiwen. This made them deeply understand Yi Shiwen's current prestige in the Fortune God dynasty. After all, there were no heavenly venerables in the universe. Therefore, they didn't feel the difference in status between the emperor and the heavenly venerables. In fact, they even had the same feeling as they did in the past. They felt that Yi Shiwen was very strong, but he wasn't unimaginably strong. Now, the Scarlet Emperor had taught them a lesson about Yi Shiwen's status in the Fortune God dynasty. "Get up," Yi Shiwen said faintly. "I'll go find the middle heavenly venerables now. However, help me settle down the people I brought with me. Wait for my return." "No problem, Eastern heavenly venerables. Please rest assured," said the Scarlet Emperor. As the butler of the middle heavenly venerables, he naturally didn't need to be so polite to everyone. Ordinary heavenly venerables didn't dare to underestimate him, other than the fact that he could step into the heavenly venerable realm at any time. More importantly, he had to consider the Buddha's face. No matter what, as the Fortune Divine Dynasty's deputy emperor and the supreme ruler, no one dared to look down on him. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He was one of the few great heavenly venerables who could stand side by side with the middle heavenly venerables. "And follow the Scarlet Emperor and wait for my return," said Yi Shiwen as he looked at the few of them. After saying that, he disappeared from the hall. When he could no longer feel Yi Shiwen's aura, the Scarlet Emperor said, "Let's go. I'll find a place for you to rest first. We'll deal with it when the Eastern Heavenly Venerables returns." Everyone could clearly feel that the Scarlet Emperor's attitude was much colder without Yi Shiwen's presence. Compared to the respectful expression he had towards Yi Shiwen just now, it was two extremes. This was why he had the look of a peak emperor, aloof, cold, and not giving face to anyone. And obviously, only Yi Shiwen could make him show such a humble expression. Everyone followed the Scarlet Emperor all the way out of the ground. Everyone could truly feel the vastness of the Fortune God capital's Fortune Heavenly Palace. It was already much larger than many giant cities. Everywhere there was divine brilliance like rain and boundaries like rainbows. "Fellow Taoist?" Among the crowd, Emperor Yuan caught up with the Scarlet Emperor in front of him. "What's wrong?" The Scarlet Emperor glanced at Emperor Yuan without any pretense. Although these people were brought by the Eastern Heavenly Venerables from the various heavens, in his eyes they were nothing. To exaggerate, he was just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Although Yi Shiwen also came from there, a person like the Eastern Heavenly Venerables would only appear once in tens of thousands of years. That was a miracle that could not be replicated. Is Wu Zun's status in the Fortune God dynasty very high? Emperor Yuan paused and then asked, his eyes fixed on the Scarlet Emperor. After coming to the Fortune God dynasty, he immediately felt how insignificant he was. He also put away his pride, and the person in front of him was even more so not someone he could contend with. The existence of the Scarlet Emperor was to tell him that although they were all emperors, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Although the others did not speak, they also pricked up their ears. When Yi Shiwen was in the various heavens, he did not introduce himself much. Basically, he only talked about the general situation of the Fortune God dynasty. Of course, my Fortune God dynasty is led by the East, South, West, and Central Heavenly Venerables, and Wu Zun is the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. He rules over the vast territory of the East region, which is at least 1,000 times bigger than your original world. Don't you think his status is high? The Scarlet Emperor said indifferently. The emperors that came from the various heavens looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Qianqian, Hua Menghan, and the others were still fine as Yi Shiwen had more or less mentioned it before. but the others were completely dumbfounded. Yi Shiwen had mentioned the administrative model of the Fortune God dynasty. The entire Fortune God dynasty was divided into 5 regions, and the leaders of these 5 regions were the East, South, West, and Central Heavenly Venerables. But they did not expect that Yi Shiwen was actually one of the 5 Heavenly Venerables. Through the few words of the Scarlet Emperor, they seemed to be able to feel Yi Shiwen's supreme power in the Fortune God dynasty. The East region was vast, more than 1,000 times bigger than the various heavens, and to be able to become the supreme master of this vast territory, Yi Shiwen's power was naturally self-evident. Damn, I didn't expect Daddy to be so powerful. Little Crescent Moon stuck out her little tongue and said, slightly speechless. If it was someone else, she would only feel amazed, but now she felt incomparably proud. The amazing man that the Scarlet Emperor was talking about was none other than her father. How could she not be proud? When the Scarlet Emperor heard the words of Little Crescent Moon, he was slightly shocked. He did not expect that the daughter of the Eastern Heavenly Venerables had also stepped into the Emperor realm. If it was in the Fortune God dynasty, it would not be surprising. But in the remote and desolate heavens like the various heavens, it was a different matter. In addition, Yi Shiwen's own age was a fraction of that of an ordinary Heavenly Venerables or Emperors. One could imagine that his daughter's age was also not that old. To be able to cultivate to the Emperor realm, it was really an excellent talent. This could only mean that Yi Shiwen's bloodline was too powerful. This was the only thing he could think of. The position of the Eastern Heavenly Venerables is extremely honorable in the Fortune God dynasty. Not only must one's strength be able to convince the masses, but one must also make countless contributions to the Fortune God dynasty. The Scarlet Emperor said slowly, although the Eastern Heavenly Venerables has not been in the Fortune God dynasty for a long time, he has made great contributions to the Fortune God dynasty. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. In the future, with the Eastern Heavenly Venerables' protection, your path will be easier. You should know that not everyone from other worlds has the opportunity to be personally looked after by the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. As the Scarlet Emperor said, there was a hint of envy in his tone. These people were simply too lucky. Everyone who paid attention to the Eastern Heavenly Venerables knew that when he first came to the Fortune God dynasty, he had to go into hiding because he offended the Heavenly Taoism. He had experienced many life and death situations. The Fortune God dynasty was not some heaven. Instead, it could be said to be the tomb of the Emperor Realm Emperor. In other worlds, the Emperor Realm Emperor was a supreme existence. But in the Fortune God dynasty, although their status was still high, the death rate was extremely high. Having the protection of a Heavenly Venerables and not having the protection of a Heavenly Venerables were two completely different things. The Emperor Realm Emperors could hear the envy in the Scarlet Emperor's words. They inexplicably felt a little fortunate in their hearts. After coming to the Fortune God dynasty, they could feel that an Emperor Realm Emperor like themselves was really nothing. If not for Yi Shiwen, perhaps the Scarlet Emperor in front of them would not even spare them a glance. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. This was the universal law. At this time, the Ice Emperor, Emperor Yuan, Fire Cloud God Emperor, and other Emperor Realm Emperors who were not very close to Yi Shiwen were also determined in their hearts to get close to Yi Shiwen. In this unfamiliar Fortune God dynasty, which was obviously more terrifying than they had imagined, this was the only way to survive. Chapter 3662. Yi Shiwen didn't know that because of Scarlet Emperor's words, he had become a legend in everyone's heart. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because what he did wasn't a legend. It was just a statement of fact. Just a statement, for many people, was no different from a myth. It was simply a myth and a legend. He quickly entered the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace and found the Middle Heavenly Master. Compared to his busy appearance 10 years ago, the Middle Heavenly Master was undoubtedly much more relaxed. In these 10 years, Yi Shiwen was not around, but he still controlled the entire situation of the Fortune God dynasty in his hands. The situation of the entire Fortune God dynasty began to gradually stabilize. In the previous series of battles, the Fortune God dynasty, as the main body under attack, could be said to have suffered greatly. If it wasn't for the Fortune God dynasty's deep foundation, there would be no way to withstand it. But no matter if it was the ancient era or the outer realms, none of them had an easy time. Facing the Fortune Divine dynasty's desperate counterattack, they had suffered severe injuries and needed a long period of recuperation to recover. So now, the entire situation of the Fortune God dynasty had stabilized. Only some trivial matters were left. The Middle Heavenly Master even had the mood to drink tea and meditate in a fairyland-like small world in the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace. Seeing Yi Shiwen come in, the Middle Heavenly Master was not surprised at all. 10 years was a long time for mortals, but for Heavenly Masters, it was just the blink of an eye. It was as if he had just sent Yi Shiwen away, and then he came back. But such a long time was enough for Yi Shiwen to do a lot of things. Is everything settled? The Middle Celestial Sovereign took a sip of the immortal tea and said. The fragrance lingered on his teeth. This was a top-grade immortal tea. This tea tree had existed since the beginning of the world. It was a top-grade immortal seed. Later on, it was subdued by the Fortune Heavenly Monarch and had been planted in the Fortune Divine Capital. The tea it produced was also specially supplied to the great celestials of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. It was difficult for others to even drink from it. Yi Shiwen sat down in front of the Middle Heavenly Master. He poured a cup of immortal tea and sniffed it. He immediately felt refreshed. After a long time, he said, "Everything has been resolved. The future troubles have also been resolved. There shouldn't be any more problems. My people are already here. The karma that I owe to the heavens and the myriad worlds has also been paid. If something happens again, then it will be God's will." Middle Heavenly Venerate said, "It's best if you can sever your karma. Your true foundation will be in the Fortune Divine Dynasty in the future. You don't need to care too much about the matters of the myriad worlds." He had seen many Empyreans from other worlds, and most of them were like this. They had indescribable feelings towards their original world, and most of them had obtained their Tao in that world, standing above the countless living beings. This was the karma they owed, and this karma had to be repaid. If he didn't return it, he would suffer retribution sooner or later. "Thank you for helping to stabilize the Eastern region for the past 10 years. Yi Shiwen said, "It's nothing. After all, I used to be the Eastern Heavenly Venerate." Middle Heavenly Venerate said with a slight smile. He didn't take this matter to heart. Although he had brought his direct subordinates to the Central region, his rule in the Eastern region had been extremely firm for many years. Naturally, he had great influence. When Yi Shiwen wasn't around, he managed the Eastern region on his behalf and sorted out the many troublesome matters in the Eastern region. It was a piece of cake for him. "It's not just this matter. You specially used the good fortune key to open the path of good fortune for me. In short, I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Yi Shiwen said, "Don't be so serious." Middle Heavenly Venerate laughed and accepted Yi Shiwen's favor. For existences at their level, a promise or a favor was far more precious than any divine materials or heavenly treasures. By the way, did anything major happen in the past 10 years? Yi Shiwen asked. Of course, there are still major events. I won't say anything else, but there is one thing I think you should know. The new Moon City Lord has been elected, said Middle Heavenly Venerate. After all, this is one of the most important positions in the Fortune God dynasty. It can't be left empty forever. Moreover, there are many things waiting to be done in the Moon City now. We need a leader. Therefore, I discussed with the others and decided to elect the Moon City Lord as soon as possible. However, because you weren't here, we didn't inform you. It's space-time Heavenly Venerate. Yi Shiwen curled his lips and said, he calmly said those 4 words as if he had already guessed it. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you, said Middle Heavenly Venerate. It is indeed him. In terms of qualifications, strength, and contributions, he is the most suitable person. Middle Heavenly Venerate looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen took a sip of tea expressionlessly. He naturally knew what Middle Heavenly Venerate's gaze meant. In fact, if he hadn't appeared out of nowhere and interfered, the position of Eastern Heavenly Venerate would almost certainly have been Space-Time Heavenly Venerates. In terms of strength, he could compete with veteran Heavenly Venerates. He was even one of the best. In terms of qualifications, although he wasn't the most profound, he wasn't bad either. Compared to Yi Shiwen, who had a half-baked resume, his resume was much better. In terms of contributions, Space-Time Heavenly Venerate had managed the Central Region for many years and had made many great contributions. He was definitely the best candidate for Eastern Heavenly Venerate. It was a pity that Yi Shiwen had appeared out of nowhere when there was already Space-Time Heavenly Venerate. Middle Heavenly Venerate's expression was extremely emotional, although Yi Shiwen was recommended by him. Even he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen could really achieve such a level. At first, he only thought that Yi Shiwen and Silver Moon Heavenly Venerate could add a little trouble to Space-Time Heavenly Venerate. However, since Eastern Heavenly Venerate had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands, the position of Moon City City Lord, which was second only to Eastern Heavenly Venerate, had become Space-Time Heavenly Venerate's possession. No one else competed with him. After Middle Heavenly Venerate proposed the nomination, it was immediately approved. If Yi Shiwen had such prestige, there might not have been a need for the final competition. Now Space-Time Heavenly Venerate has rushed to Moon City. If there are no accidents, he will probably take root in Moon City, said Middle Heavenly Venerate. I have also been busy handing over to him during this time. After all, he has always been managing the Central Region. However, I have to say that his management is quite good, said Middle Heavenly Venerate with slight emotion. Space-Time Heavenly Venerate could control the Central Region without any status. How could it be possible without some means? He even had many tricks and many ways to deal with things. Even Middle Heavenly Venerate had to praise him. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly. He wasn't very interested in these things. Anyway, he had already secured the position of Eastern Heavenly Venerate. Other things had little to do with him. In addition to this matter being a happy event, there is another matter that isn't so good, said Middle Heavenly Venerate. The seal of Chaotic Overlord is getting looser and looser. I'm afraid it won't be long before he breaks out. You killed his incarnation and beheaded his disciple. He will never let you go. During this period of time, I didn't dare to take a single step out of the Fortune Divine Capital in order to suppress the primal chaos overlord. Every minute I can buy is a minute. All I can tell you is that I don't have much time left. The Middle Empyrean continued. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but become solemn when he heard Middle Heavenly Venerate's reflection. The chaotic overlord was just a spirit incarnation, but he had to use all his strength to finally kill it. The difficulty was so great that it could be said to be rare in the world. It was not inferior to those peak Heavenly Venerates. However, it was just a spirit incarnation of the chaotic overlord. Yi Shiwen hadn't seen it before, but it didn't hinder him from imagining it. After all, there were many records about the chaos overlord in the Fortune Divine Dynasty, many of which were written down by the Fortune Heavenly Monarch himself. At that time, the Chaos Overlord was also the Fortune Heavenly Monarch's greatest enemy. Therefore, many of the records about the Chaos Overlord were written by the Fortune Heavenly Monarch himself. By the way, I want to check the letter about the Chaotic Overlord. Maybe it will be useful in the future, said Yi Shiwen. Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles, not to mention such a terrifying opponent. Okay, I will ask someone to send it to Mount Buzhou. You can take your time to read it. However, you don't have much time left. It's nothing more than a few years. Even if I call the other great heavenly venerates to oversee the fortune divine capital, they can only suppress him for a few more years. He is too terrifying. Middle heavenly venerate couldn't help but feel depressed when he thought of the chaotic overlord. He wasn't the strongest among the great heavenly venerates and the city lords of the 10 divine cities. However, after cultivating the golden body of merit, his combat power had skyrocketed. He could be said to be the current top expert of the Fortune divine dynasty. However, even with such confidence, he knew that he would still lose when facing the chaotic overlord. The odds of winning were not very high. "Thank you, Taoist friend," Yi Shiwen said, and then said, "This time I have gained something after returning to the myriad heavens world. I will be in closed-door cultivation for a while." "It's good that you have gained something." Middle heavenly venerate nodded and said. At this time, the stronger Yi Shiwen's strength was the better. He was very clear about Yi Shiwen's previous strength. Even the 8th realm couldn't do anything to him. If Yi Shiwen improved further, he might be able to reach their level. Well, I won't say much. The chaotic overlord will come out soon. I don't have time to say anything. I will take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know," Yi Shiwen said to Middle Heavenly Venerate with cupped hands. After that, he disappeared from this small world.